Right. Sasha, come on. Pass. Right. Right. Keely, do you know how much drama it have in trigonometry? Do you really know?
I guess.
All right. Well, let me just do a little run through here. What we gonna do in trigonometry? First things first, I need to know how to deal with 90-degree triangles. Right. So, are they know what 90 degrees is? If all they don't, I might be scared. Everybody know what 90 degrees is here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Kiara, what about you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you need to know how to deal with 90-degree angle triangles. Under 90-degree angle triangles, you have Pythagoras theorem, and you also have SOHCAHTOA. As I like to say SOHCAHTOA. Can't forget it like that. But you never hear that from me. So when we deal with 90-degree angle triangles, Pythagoras theorem and SOHCAHTOA, right? Nicholas, do you know how to deal with triangles that are not 90 degrees?
Yeah,
We calling them the ugly triangles. What do we have to use when dealing with ugly triangles?
sine rule and cosine rule.
Right. I'll show you guys how to know when to use either one. Cool. Once you know how to deal with 90-degree angle triangles and ugly triangles, you need to apply it. So under that, you'll have to do geometrical questions. You might get a diagram looking like that, maybe some pole. You would have to see if it's a 90 or ugly triangle. You'd have to apply sine or cosine. You would also need to know angles of depression and elevation. When we do in angles of elevation and depression, that's mainly Pythagoras theorem and SOHCAHTOA. You'll also need to know how to do bearings. Bearings could bring anything. So this is a prelude of what we're going to do today. First things first, we start off with 90-degree angle triangles really fast. Haley, would you prefer me actually writing on the board or pulling up notes that was there that was existing before already? I just explaining. What would you prefer?
Whoever's best, please.
No, like I teaching all there. I need to know what help all you learn. What would you
Um,
prefer?
you should you should write it.
Okay, okay. You wanted to say do the other one because it'll be more time efficient.
No.
Just say what they will understand best. So 90-degree angle triangles. I'm gonna write scrappy for the interest of time. This is what a 90-degree angle triangle looks like. The 90 degrees given by the square. Right. First things first, I'm gonna teach all the Pythagoras theorem. In Pythagoras theorem, it says that the hypotenuse squared is equal to the sum of the other side squared. And Haley, let's look at why this makes sense. Haley, any hypotenuse is the longest side in the triangle.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the longest side, and it makes sense that it would be the sum of the other two smaller sides.
Yeah.
Yes. So in Pythagoras theorem, the hypotenuse, the hypotenuse squared is equal to the sum of the other side squared. And if you actually want to figure out the hypotenuse, you would have to find the square root on both sides. Sasha, why am I finding the square root on both sides? Then this had nothing to do with opposite and adjacent. The reason why we're doing square root is because we want to find for A. And what is the opposite of square? What we had to do to get rid of the square here? No, not divide. Somebody tell me, what is the opposite of square and something?
Find any square.
The square root. So we apply the square root on both sides. You're not seeing the square root here because it would have canceled off with the square. So you're just seeing A. So if you want to find the length of the hypotenuse, it's the square root of the other two sides squared, right? So you all could copy that down. And we'll do some quick questions on it. This is Pythagoras theorem. While you guys make haste, I'm going to do a question on the board. So as soon as you have that copy down, I'd like you to move on to the question on the board. I'd like you to find for the hypotenuse x. Feeling weird how silent it is. It's actually a foot smelling, eh? I'm gonna be very humble with my words. Hold on for now. Let me see your writing. Let me see your writing. Okay, so you have the note copy down already. Now you're gonna try that. Now you're gonna try that question. Haley, do you have the notes copied down already?
No, that's not a drawing.
Okay. Plenty drawing today. Sorry, guys. Aliana in class? Oh, Alia is in class.
Yeah, I in class.
You're inside. Let's go, let's go.
Yeah.
Build up yourself. Right? So as you can see, we're doing trigonometry today. Yeah. Pythagoras theorem.
Okay.
Alia, you could look at our question and tell me what x is just by looking at it. Can you?
I wish I was so good.
No, you're that good. It's real simple. Alia, what is x there? X is the what? What is x?
Hypotenuse.
X is the hypotenuse. If I want to find for the hypotenuse, how am I going to do that?
You use the formula you find for A. So that could be B is 3, so 3 squared plus 4 squared,
Where's 3 squared plus 4 squared?
9 plus 12.
Whoa.
Wait, no, 16, my bad.
Yes, 60.
My bad. 25, so 5.
That was hard.
No, I
I
was
tell you,
thinking 5, but
I tell you, you could do that in your head. Tell you. All right, so the answer for this question is 5. Yes, Asha, continue. Your answer. So I presume everybody would have figured out this question is quite simple. If I want to find for the hypotenuse, which is x, x would be equal to the square root of 3 squared plus 4 squared, which is 9 plus 16. 9 plus 16 is 25. So x would be equal to the square root of 25, which is just 25. Not 25, 5. Amy, will you be saying plus or minus 5?
No.
No. Why not gonna say plus or minus 5?
Well, when you find the square root of 25, it was like perfectly 5, yeah. I don't know how to explain it.
But n minus 5 by minus 5 is also 25. So shouldn't that also be a solution? Because anytime you find square root, you have a plus or minus solution. Why wouldn't we consider the negative solution?
Oh, because you can have like a negative side.
Exactly. Can have a negative length. So I presume that everybody have this copy down. I'm gonna give you all a harder question now. Let me see what they're gonna do. So, Sasha, in this situation, do we want to find for the hypotenuse? We don't want to find for the hypotenuse. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to write down Pythagoras theorem. So we know that Pythagoras theorem is the hypotenuse squared equal to the sum of the other two sides squared. So you could say, so we're gonna write it down. A squared is equal to B squared plus C squared, right? Amy, you could label this anyhow you want. Actually, you can't. What has to be A in the diagram? If we're using A squared is equal to B squared plus C squared, what has to be A?
The hypotenuse.
So what length?
3.
3 has to be A. B and C, Haley, do we care what B and C is? Like, does B and C matter?
No.
It doesn't
Well,
matter. The only thing that matters is A, right? So we could call this B if we want, and we could call this C if we want. You with me so far?
yeah.
Awesome. So next thing you're going to do is you're going to substitute. I'm going to say 3 squared because 3 is the hypotenuse, it's A, and it doesn't matter. But we said B was 2, so I'm going to say 2 squared plus C squared, right? Haley, tell me what to do next.
You carry 3 squared on the right hand side, and you get 2 squared minus 3 squared would equal to C squared.
No. You tell them to do this, right? You tell them to say, you tell them to do this. That's what you tell them to do.
Mm-mm. I see to put C squared equal to 2 squared minus 3 squared.
No, that wouldn't be correct. Haley, let me show you something. The squared making things look a little more complicated than it needs to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can we simplify? Like 3 squared, can we simplify that?
Yeah.
What's 3 squared?
9,
2 squared?
4.
Okay, and we're trying to find for C, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Remember what I showed you in the last couple of classes? When you're trying to find for something, enter a custom mode where you're trying to find being on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
So what we could do is, if this confusing you, you could write it as, let me see if you remember. What's another way I could write this equation and it would still be correct?
Um,
Where's another way I could write 2 is equal to 1 plus 1.
1 plus 1 is equal to 2.
So tell me what to write here.
4 plus C squared is equal to 9.
Yes. And your custom mode is formed now, so now you can proceed. What do I have to do next?
Carry 4 on the right hand side.
Sasha, if I move across 4 on the right-hand side, what's going to happen to it? Right. Into negative 4. And what is 9 minus 4? 5. So, Healy, how would I find for C? How would I do?
You find the square root of 5.
Because the opposite of squared is square root. So C is equal to the square root of 5. If they do not specify the units, you're going to write units. I know it sounds kind of funny. It sounds like something you're going to make up if you don't know what to do, but that's actually what you have to do. If they don't have the units, you're just going to write units. So C is equal to root 5 units. That being said, let me give you all another question to do, and I want to see the proper working. Let me show you all lines that are not necessary for marks. If you want, you could skip this line and jump straight to this line. But if you feel like you need the extra working, by all means, put it there and get the question correct. So 7. Haley, that question I do
Yeah.
a valid question.
Hmm?
The question I have on the screen, but I just now did, is that a valid question?
Yeah.
Sasha, is that a valid question?
What do you mean by valid?
Okay, if I ask you to spell your name and I tell you your name is Nicholas, that makes sense?
No.
No. If I ask you to prove 1 plus 1 is equal to 3, you think you will ever be able to do that?
Mm-mm.
So what I'm trying to say is the question solvable? Does the question make sense?
No.
Why does it not make any sense?
Um,
Because like 5 squared doesn't give you
Right, 5
a well, the square root of 5, sorry.
Oh no, this is correct. This is perfectly fine. That's a correct. This is a valid question. The square root of 5, if you plug that into a calculator, you will get a number, right? The square root of 5 is 2.25 something. So check it out. Square root of 5. Square root of 5. You get the square root of 5. You press second function, x squared. 2.2. I was close enough. 2.23. Right. So Healy, the point is you get a number, right? So this makes sense. I'm talking about this question here, the other question I wrote down. Does that question make sense? I want a little vote or put something in the chat. Does that question make sense? Does that question make any sense? Would that question give me a valid solution? Drop something in the chat or unmute.
No.
Nicholas, you say no. All right, hold that thought. Sasha, you think this question will give you a valid solution? Everybody say no, but why? Tell me why.
Is it because you didn't draw your right angle?
Okay, I'm gonna draw the right angle. That didn't change anything. It's still invalid.
Will depend on the answer again.
Okay, what? Let me try to do the question. Let me try to do it, right? And let me see what happens. But long story short, Healy, what we just call this in a triangle?
Hypotenuse.
What is consistent with the hypotenuse? The hypotenuse is the what?
Longest side.
So if I say now this is 7 and this is 8, see why it don't make sense?
Oh yeah.
Because this, and that's a way to know if you're doing stupidness, eh? If you do a question and the hypotenuse is 7 and you get an answer as 8, you do something wrong because all the other answers are supposed to be less than the hypotenuse. Make sense?
Yeah.
If you do this question, you're going to end up finding the square root of a negative number, and you can't find the square root of a negative number. That's not feasible, at least at this level, right? So that wouldn't make sense. Just be careful, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you can make a note about that. The hypotenuse is the longest side. All answers must be less than the hypotenuse. Otherwise, you're doing craziness. Right, so let me make this question valid. Keely, give me a number for this length.
Um, 3.
3. Okay. All right. So I give it earlier, and I'm gonna call this side. Aliyah, give me a name to call this side. What should I call this side? Come on fast, Aliyah. What should I call it?
Why
Why? Why?
exactly?
I like that. Yeah. So solve this. I'm giving you all 1 minute. Actually, 1 minute is brutal. I'm gonna give you all 2 minutes. Yeah, take 2 minutes. Take 2 minutes and try this question. Right? If you guys could do this question, we'll move on to trig ratios. Nicholas, this is like lightweight, right? Like way too easy.
Real hard.
I apologize. Apologize. Sorry for busting your brain. You sound like you don't have a Casio.
Yeah.
Guys, what is this? What is this? What is this? Crazy. Whoa. Okay, 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 Amy. 2 root 10 on thing. Fanciness. 1 minus 40. 40. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Oh, and Amy, I should ask you this. If they said give the answer to 2 decimal places, are you going to leave it as 2 root 10?
No.
You're not going to do that, right? Aliyah, if they don't specify the units, you're going to write units. So y is equal to 6.32 units.
Okay.
Nicholas, you too. The units. Sasha, you want me matching? Come if you're getting through. Yeah, you're getting through. That's correct. You get the correct answer. Oh, but that's my pencil. I had the same pencil. You get that in wait. You get that in Maragala.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get that in I forget the name of the place. But I remember the name. I
Not
get
close to the stadium, right?
like when you buy Massey,
Yeah, around
when you
there.
go in.
About an hour now. School something. About 2 or 3.
Okay, so everybody got it correct. We can now move on to trig ratios, right? Awesome job, guys. Healy, you got it correct? Okay, Healy, you just know something, right? Okay, Healy, we have some work to do, right? Um, so Healy, come and let me address any issues we have. So first things first, Healy, I want you to tell me what's Pythagoras theorem.
A squared is equal to B squared plus C squared.
Okay. What has to be E? What has to be E?
The hypotenuse.
So what's E?
7.
B and C,
B is 3 squared.
right? And we're gonna call C.
Y squared.
Call that Y squared. Let's simplify. 7 squared is
49.
3 squared is
9.
plus Y squared. Okay, you're not accustomed with it looking like this, so how else we gonna write it?
9 plus Y squared is equal to 49.
What are we gonna do next?
Carry the 9.
Right, so that'll be equal to
40.
correct. I think you see a mistake,
Yeah.
right? And so Y would have been equal to the square root of 40. For the odd math students in class, root 40 is the same thing as root 4 by root 10, which is the same thing as 2 root 10 units. For the non-odd math students, typically in maths, they ask you to write the 2 decimal places. So you're going to put root 40 into your calculator, and I believe you should get like 6.32 or something, 6.31. Let me know. Let me know where you get. 6.32, right? 6.32, and that would be units. And anytime you round off, I want you all to round off to like same brackets what you rounded off to. Don't just leave it blank. Right? So that's that. Kelly, you okay, right?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was yawning.
It's okay. At least you're not asleep, like Kiara. But Kiara's sick, so I'll
I'm
give her a
not
blind.
asleep. I'm not asleep. I'm awake. I actually slept before class, so I wouldn't be sleepy.
You slept before class so you could cook.
Yeah.
Nice. Not no Breaking Bad kind of thing, right? I don't know if you get that joke. You ever watch
I
Breaking
think
Bad?
yes.
Okay, cool. Right. So Healy, care what? Don't skip any steps. If you need to put in the extra work in to see how to go to the next line, do it. By all means. Do that.
Okay.
And another thing, Healy, I want you to find the square root of 58. I want you to find that for me and tell me what you get.
7.6.
Automatically, you should know the answer wrong.
Yeah.
The answer wrong. Why is the answer wrong?
Because it's larger than 7.
Yeah. See, be careful. Okay, now we're gonna move on to trig ratios. Sasha, you ready for trig ratios? You okay? Trig ratios now. So let me ask you a question, right? All you notice anything about all these questions, Sasha? You notice anything about all these questions? Tell me if you notice something. And anybody can answer as well. Or you notice anything?
Yeah.
Tell me what you notice.
Right angle.
Yeah, that's one thing. So to use Pythagoras theorem, it must have, it must be 90 degrees. Where's another thing you notice for all the questions? Sasha, all the questions. You had to use the formula, right? But we're trying to figure out why you would use the formula. So, yeah, we figured out that all had to be 90. What else all you notice? How much information did this give you? Half? No. Look at our underline for each question. Or you notice anything in common with what our underline?
Yeah.
This gave you two sides only. So this is something, this is like a big life hack. Anytime they give you two sides and it's 90, you know automatically you have to use Pythagoras theorem. So Healy, now you know the exact time to use Pythagoras theorem. You wouldn't waste no time thinking about it. You know when to use it. It must be 90 and it must be two sides given. That being said, to use trig ratios, if you don't see that condition, you know it's trig ratios. So to use trig ratios, it must give you an angle other than 90. But first of all, the triangle must be right angle, and it must give you must give must give an angle other than 90. Right. So to use the trig ratios, must be a right angle triangle, and it must give you an angle other than 90. Question, Sasha, do you think that's in a right angle triangle? The other angle could be 90? No. Nah, because if that was the case, then you would have ended up with a shape like this. That could never be a triangle, right? So in a right angle triangle, or in any triangle, you can only have 190 degree, right? And the other condition must be at least one side. So let me do trig ratios. So the trig ratios, you all will need to learn. We have sine theta, and that is equal to O over H. Cos theta is equal to A over H. And tan theta, which is equal to O over A. Nicholas and Amy and Kiara and Aliyah are math students. And so they know that tan theta is actually equal to what over what? What is tan theta equal to? Are math students, tell me. Tan theta is equal to what? What's another way to write tan theta? Like when you're doing proof questions.
Sine theta over cos theta.
Yeah, sine theta over cos theta. And n sine theta is O over H,
Yeah,
and n cos theta is A over H.
yeah,
So if we apply the rules for division, right? When you divide in a fraction, you multiply it and flip it, right? You're going to put H over A. Amy, it making sense?
yes, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. All you had to find a life partner that's consistent like maths. So only maths would never let you down. And Haley, and maths would never let you down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For you.
We say that sparingly. But anyways,
Uh-huh.
we say that sparingly. Okay. Now, for a lot of you all, this might be hard to remember. So the way that I teach my students to remember it, which is you all, like you could learn soka toa. Soka toa. And if you're having trouble remembering that, I'm not going to say it. I mean, I'm not going to write it, but soka to. Soka to. Can't forget. So S sine over H, cos A over H, tan O over A. Kira, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sasha, are we good? Nice. Right, so as soon as I have this copy down, let me know. We'll do a couple examples and then we'll move on to ugly triangles. None of you guys here are none of you all here are ugly triangles. Everybody's a sharp 90 degrees.
What you say at first?
I was gonna say that nobody here is a 90-degree angle triangle. I don't know why I was gonna say that. I don't know why I was gonna say that. I don't know why I was gonna say that, but I don't mean that. I mean that what I mean to say is everybody here is sharp, like 90 degrees. Right? Nicholas, if you had a camera on, you know what you could do? As you know, the looks maxing thing, like ways be like, could I do that?
I do a video on that today.
What you say?
I do a video doing that today.
Show it, put on the camera and show it. Show them,
Nah, nah.
show them how you show them how you use a 90-degree angle triangle.
Alright, no, I real chopped it. Now I feel like an obtuse angle.
Wait, that's crazy. So Nicholas, you know what you should say? Like have a conversation about a girl with this and then slip in. Well, you're at a cute angle. Yeah.
I will get blocked.
What you say?
I will get blocked.
If she can't handle that joke, she not with it, but she not with it. She not with
Uh,
it. Yeah.
Still gonna take your word for that and I'm gonna try to go.
Try it. Well, let me know if it work. Let me know if it work. Hey, I get my girlfriend from Masters, you know. I know it was the goatee, but Masters. I feel like Masters was like up there. Yeah.
I feel like it was more of the goatee, but okay.
No. Is it maths? I used to do real maths with she. Real maths. She got distinction in maths. So it work. Right? So all I have is copy down, right?
Yeah.
You have a copy down? Okay, great. I'm gonna pick all it up. So Kira, sine theta is what? What over what? Fast.
Over H.
Oh, okay. I didn't see value there. Nicholas, tan. Where's tan?
U over H.
A over H. Tan? No.
I mean, over A.
You really are
Over
chopped tonight.
thing.
You really are chopped tonight. You normally wouldn't make that mistake.
Yeah, I real washed.
You thought I was gonna say cos after, so that's why you say A over H.
That's exactly what I thought.
Damn. All right. So let me do some questions. We do that. Oh, Healy, you have everything copied down, right?
Yeah.
Aliyah, what angle that looking like? Hmm. What angle that looking like? Schema angle.
That looking like uh
I think it's
45.
45, all right. I thought you was gonna say 50.
Yeah, bet money on it.
Oh.
I have money right here to bet. We're gonna make some more guesses on bets, right? Okay, so Healy, if you look at this question, and let me just say they ask you to find for this side, or before we move on, I need to show you how to figure out what side is what. Sorry, my bad. So I'm gonna do it here. Healy, this one
Yeah.
real obvious. What is the hypotenuse? What is H?
9.
9. 9/11. A high building that crumbled. Okay, 9H. Anyways, now we need to figure out the other sides. So, what do you think O represents?
O is opposite.
Right. So, opposite to the angle they give you. So, what's the side opposite to 45?
This side right here on the left.
On the left, yes. And adjacent means right next to. All right. So, this is the side right next to the angle. Yeah, that's it. So now we're gonna look at how to figure out which one to use because there are three to use, right? Oh, by the way, Haley, would you be able to use Pythagoras theorem for this question?
No.
No, because if you do Pythagoras theorem, you would have two things you don't know for, and that's pressure. Nicholas, and you learn the lesson about more than one?
Mm,
Nicholas staying quiet after that one. Right. We're focusing on one, right? So, Haley, let's go. What do you want me to find for? O or A? Pick one. O or A?
O.
Okay. So we need to find for O. What do we have?
We have H.
So that's how you figure out what to use. Which one have O and H in it?
Sine.
Sine. So that's your sine. O over H, right? So we're going to use sine. So sine theta is equal to O over H. What is the angle?
45
Right?
degrees.
45 degrees, right? We're going to say opposite. And what is the value for the hypotenuse?
9.
9. Right. This is where a lot of people get lost. You trying to find for O. You have O over 9. So you have 1/9 of O. So to find O, what would you have to do? Right now we have divided by O. I mean divided by 9. What's the opposite of divided by 9?
Multiply by 9.
So if you want to find for O, you would have to multiply by 9. So that the 9 and the 9 would cancel off to give you O. So O is equal to 9 sine 45. So you just plug that into your calculator and Tell me what you're getting. Aliyah, Aliyah, Amy, Nicholas. Guys, please make sure like calculator, Kira too. Please make sure like calculator not in radians. Because I hard maths. Please. You're gonna mess up the whole maths test.
No,
If
as
that's the
soon
case.
as I'd finished admats, I changed it back. So
That's good.
I get 6.36.
6.26. That makes sense, right? Because one is 9, then the other sides would be less than 9. So that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You feel like that was hard?
No.
Cool. So these basic steps are you're going to look at what you're trying to find for, and you're going to look at what you have. In this case, we were trying to find for O, and you had H. So. Let me do a different question. And I want you all to try this one for yourself. What if I change up this question and instead for finding for O, we had to find for A. We had to find Aliyah. Because Aliyah doc. Aliyah, you know that song I'm talking about? No, but
what song?
is Shania duck and Aliyah ball?
Aliyah Ball.
Never
Yeah.
mind, never mind. Because I was saying we had to find for A because Aliyah duck. Like you go on. But no, the song is
Wow.
ball.
Yeah. You mix it up.
I think Guyanese say for a second.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, so we finally I given earlier 3 minutes, take 3 minutes. So by 8:29, I should get some answers. First things first, you're gonna try to figure out what you have and what you're trying to find for. You're gonna use that to figure out which trig ratio you have to use. And you basically apply the concepts. Good luck. Yeah, that's insane. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Where's that?
Wow. I gotta post on my status, yes? Oh, you know the song, The Cat Like the Butter? Well, somebody had to make a song about the cat on the laptop.
Yeah,
So,
so
see that? The name of the cat is Russell. Nicholas, what's the name of the cat?
Why would I name the cat Russell?
I don't
I
know.
mean, Aaron named the cat. Aaron named Aaron named the cat.
What did
So
it
try and guess. Yeah, try and guess what Aaron would name it.
Is Eli tweaking or you give us the same question?
Wait, say
Oh
that
no, never mind, never mind, never
and
mind,
give me
never
the
mind,
same
never
question.
mind.
Ah, Amy, Amy, Amy. Hear this, right? You notice you get the exact same answer.
Yes, I noticed that.
But you know why? You know why you're supposed to get the exact same answer from the start?
Mhm.
90, 45 was the other angle. Yeah. Amy, where's the other angle?
Oh, 45.
So what ought to make this triangle?
All right, okay.
That's real bad, eh? That's real bad.
I get it.
So you could have no, this question could come. This question could literally come, and then the other question will be like, find for A, and it'll be one mark question, and you just had to write the answer. If you see that as an isosceles triangle, you just had to state that. Aliyah, big up you for picking 45. I could not pick a better angle myself.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You put the right in the right angle. Yeah.
That makes so
Okay.
much sense.
I'm trying to be funny tonight. It's trying to be funny. Okay, Aliyah, you get that correct. But Aliyah, it makes sense, right? Because if if angle is 45, then the other angle would also be 45. And if base angles are equal, then it makes an isosceles triangle.
Yeah, it would be the same thing.
Awesome. So Haley, I'm waiting on an answer from you. I want to make sure you get it correct. Sasha, you get it correct? See what you think? Right. I also wanted to say, um, since since one of the base angles are 45, the other base angle will be 45, making a triangle an isosceles triangle. I'm gonna write that down. So Amy, you see how crazy maths is like damn. You gotta look at this question and just like if you had looked at it and analyze it at the start, you'd have realized then it's isosceles. So if you find for one side, then the other side will be down.
Yeah.
Since since one of the base angle, let's say, since the base angle is 45, it makes triangle um, you mean you could tell me if I spell isosceles correct? Yeah, Amy, I spell isosceles correct?
Yeah.
Cool. Here you understand what we're saying?
Yeah. I actually saw that and that's what I used to solve it. Like you know.
Wait, I saw that you said 40 plus 90 and thing.
Oh no. Watch it.
Your question, the working unit is really good. It's correct. Good job. That's correct. But what I'm saying is, we see some of angles in a triangle,
180.
right? So I get you obviously you see it. You know what we're talking about. You know what we're talking about, right? I'm not gonna explain it. You
That
see it.
was my side weekend.
Your side working. We
Yeah.
gotta watch that. Gotta watch it. You know, side working. I'm saying.
Yeah, it was sprinkle.
So, so tell me working for this question quickly, so we can move on to a different case.
Um, so I use cos. Um, so because we have these two angles, we can find the next one. So the next one is obviously 45 degrees. And
Wait, wait, wait. We don't have to find any other angles, you know. We're gonna use the same angle. We're sticking with this exact same angle.
we can.
You have to. Because if this wasn't an isosceles triangle and you use this angle, you'd have gotten the question wrong.
um,
So Haley, and everybody, let's understand something, right? The the whole point is right, Haley, this is 45, and we have this angle. So we label everything around that angle being here. Because if the angle is here, that would make this the opposite, this the adjacent. So all the calculations you do have to be in reference to that.
Oh,
The
oh,
only reason it
I see it.
The only reason this worked out for you is because this was also 45. But if this was 60 degrees, then this would have been 30, and then you'd have say cos 30, but I'll be wrong because we label everything with reference to this angle. So it's supposed to be cos 60. Be very careful. So cos theta is equal to A over H, right? So you'd have say cos 45 is equal to A over 9. You multiply both sides by 9. A would have been equal to 9 cos 45, right? And add math students again. Kira, Aliyah, Amy, Nicholas. Complementary angles. Anytime you have an angle that adds up to 90, the result is the same. So like sine 45 and cos 45 will give you the same answer. That's why 9 by sine 45 and 9 by cos 45 is the same answer. Amy, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like sine 60 is the same thing as cos 30. Okay, let me give you all another question real quick. I'm gonna make things a little evil here. What the hell? Bro, what? 38. Keely, I'm gonna make a bad joke, but by now you should be accustomed to it. I want you to say this. Say this. Say that number.
38.
Say it slower.
38.
Just like you have to eat as well. And you have to mash up this question. Right?
You're
Uh
being real goofy tonight.
the reason why I feel like I'll be so goofy tonight is because I in my den, I in my cave, right? At home.
Oh,
Yeah. I have my whole setup here. You know, I'm feeling good. And that much just I was really easy too. So I feel
yeah.
like I'm feeling in good spirits these days.
And Sasha finally called.
That's why I see her now. And she's if I didn't know any better, I think that she's an introverted. Look at she
That no.
look at she whole class.
Is that introvert for the holiday vacation though?
So Healy, I want you to give my number and give my number for anyone. This
Mm.
1, 2, or 3. Give my number.
5,
Hmm. Give me any number. It don't matter. Just give my number.
5.
5. 5.5. Let me introduce decimal.
But they didn't hear me.
No, I did hear you. Add another 5, so it'll be a 10 out of 10 question. Yeah.
You ate what I want.
Why? So yeah. Mine on a roll. So what I want all to do is I want all to figure out for this side. Just figure out for this side. I want you all to draw back the diagram. I want you all to put in the appropriate labels. And when I say appropriate labels, I want to see O, A, and H. And I want to see full working. So give this question a try. Amy, will this question be an isosceles triangle?
Nope.
No, wouldn't be it. What would it be? Would it be scalene, equilateral?
Um,
That's how you know your work, boy.
Alien.
Wait. Yes, that's correct, Amy. It would be a scalene, right? If all of the angles are different, it suggests that all the sides would have different lengths. So it'd be a scalene. What's the other one for? Oh, really? Oh, guys, I'm not sure there's something. Wait. Check thing out. Sasha, check it out. Keely, what do you think about the lights?
I have
If I take off the lights, it could be real cool.
So cool. I have lights too.
Oh, well, I can't see it, so I can't really judge the quality of the lights. I feel like a little real camera shy and thing, you know. The only person I don't think camera shy is Nicholas.
It's just right now I lost my haircut for a few months, so I kind of chop.
Why you think I wear on a hat? Tomorrow I go and get a haircut. Nobody gonna see my hair till then.
It's
Fuck her alone.
I'm not gonna get a haircut till like after CLC.
Damn. Whoa. So how long your hair is?
But that's the thing, right? Just recently I cut off like all my hair, like take a buzz cut, and
Nah,
now
nah,
just
nah,
starting to
nah,
grow.
nah, nah. No, 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 no.
He's overreacting. He's overreacting. He did not practically take a buzz cut. His hair was very much normal length, and I'm sure his hair is very much normal length right now.
No, when I take it, it was like above my brothers that I consider it not a buzz cut.
Nicholas just like too much hair in his face. His hair
But
was very much normal like Rajiv.
nothing wrong with hair in your face. Like my hair more than my face. My hair like reaching over here. Nicholas, don't bother with that. Don't bother with that.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be hanging down in your face. It'll be behind your ears.
Yes, so I like bangs in my I like bangs. So it's be in my face. Nicholas, just do what you like to do. Don't bother with them.
One point in time, my hair was as long as well reaching down to my neck, below my jawline.
That's crazy. Nicholas, let down your hair.
Yeah, I was the Trinidadian Rapunzel.
Amy, let me check. Will you do correct? Some of you guys might have trouble with this question, considering where the um unknown is. But it's the same concept, I assure you. So Haley, where's the unknown in this question?
Hypotenuse.
But where is it? Where is it? Is it in the numerator? The denominator? Where is it?
Or the denominator.
Yeah. You use the wrong one there. Yeah, it's in the denominator. So if it's in the denominator, I would advise is cross multiplying. Cross multiply and see what happens. Right? So Sasha. Yeah, it will be cos. No, it will be cos. Look at what we're trying to find, right? We're trying to find for this. What we have. You're always looking at what you're trying to find and what you have. What you have. I have O. So what we're looking at O on H. That's what you do. Yeah. Right. So Haley, let me know if you're getting through. I know this question a little harder because of the position of the unknown. That's right. Haley, let me know what's going on.
I use sine
Mm-hmm.
and I get 3.38.
Nah. Here what?
No?
Let me do this question. I'm gonna tell you, right? This question a little harder than the rest. So Haley, what would I call this side? What we trying to find for?
The hypotenuse.
Right? What would I call this? What is 5.5? What?
The opposite.
Right? Because it's opposite to the angle. What would I call this? I want obvious. The adjacent. So listen to this. What do we have? And what we trying to find for?
We have the opposite and we're trying to find for the hypotenuse.
So automatically we are going to use sine. So sine theta is equal to opposite over hypotenuse, and we put in everything. What is the angle?
38 degrees.
right? The opposite is 5.5, and that is over the hypotenuse. Now, let me show you guys how to cross multiply. Optionally, if you didn't want to cross multiply, you could have just multiply both sides by h. But I think everybody here would understand cross multiplication better. So, Haley, pay close attention to what I'm going to do, right? And 5 is the same thing as 5 over 1.
Yeah.
So I could write sine 38 as sine 38 over 1. And since I have two fractions on either side, I can cross multiply. If I cross multiply, what will I end up with?
Um, hy well, h sine 38
Yes.
was equal to 5.5.
Right. Now I want to find for h. I have h currently being multiplied by sine 38. So how would I want h to be by itself. We kinda tracking h. We want h to be single. So you gotta come up with some kind of scandal. So where's the scandal we're gonna come up with?
Um, can you divide?
Yeah. Oh my God, Healy, and you know the saying, conquer, no, divide and conquer.
No.
You don't know that saying?
No.
Nicholas, you know that saying? Like they're saying like divide and conquer. Or conquer and
Yeah,
something so. Yeah.
yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about? Divide and conquer. But but the reason why it makes sense here is because you're trying to make each by itself. So we had to divide it and conquer it. But Healy, regardless, we have to divide, right? So we need to get rid of the h. We have h by sine to the 8. We need to get rid of the sine to the 8, so we're going to divide by it on both sides. So you're going to divide by sine to the 8. So then someone what to write in the next line.
H is equal to 5.5 divided by sine 38.
So what you got wrong then? What you do wrong? This is correct. Did you do this working?
Mhm.
Did you do this working?
No,
No. Well, now you know how to work in other questions, right? So work this out and tell me what you get.
I got 8.93.
That's the correct answer. Let me give you all a similar question to this. Yeah, so I want you all to try this question. Try something. Here on again, any questions from you? Is your cat on your book now?
No, it's not.
Are you
I'm
sleeping
doing it.
on the book?
I'm doing it. I can send you a picture. No, actually.
Okay. Okay, Kiara, take back everything I say. Your notes looking real fresh. Big up yourself. But are you measuring the sides? It looked like you're measuring the sides. Not correct, eh? Don't do that.
I'm not measuring the sides.
Guys, if all you're feeling desperate and in the exam, don't measure the sides. I don't
I'm
think
not measuring the sides.
I just saying. If
It's probably how it like on a
no
long piece of paper looking bigger than it actually is, but I'm not.
no, but like how you do it here, it like exactly on it basically
Mm-hmm.
the right angle.
Oh no. No, I just rested on the ruler like that. I wasn't measuring the sides.
Okay. Really, you're gonna get this question correct. I believe in you, I'm manifesting it, I've seen it. Even when I take off my glasses, oh, can't see anything. But you're still gonna get it correct. Right? Sasha, let me see what you have. Let me see what you decide to use. Yeah, you're using the correct thing. Continue. Sasha, you remember this?
Oh, yes. Also, hungry.
What was I
What's the
thinking?
buzz, you know? You know?
Yeah. Really, if your answer is correct, that would be insane. You know why I said I would be insane? Because the previous answer was 8.93 and the answer is 8.39. That's crazy. You see what I'm getting at, right? 9339. What?
Yeah.
I promise I didn't plan anything. But let me see if you're correct. So
Oh,
you use the correct trig ratio. Nice. You make the correct substitution. I'm confused. Like, I don't know where's your 9 and where's your 8.
um, sure. Well, you see the fourth line, that's 9 tan 47 equals A, and then A is equal to 9 over
Ah,
tan 47, and then A is equal to 8.39.
no, that's not correct.
What?
Wait, let me closely inspect it. So you would end up with 9 over A. Question, why you didn't keep the capital A?
No.
So it's supposed to be A tan 47 is equal to 9. And then A would be equal to 9 over tan 47. But you have that, but I'm still confused. Yeah, that's the correct answer. That's the correct answer. Here, what here? I want to walk me through the working, right? Walk me through the process. Walk me through the process. So let me label the sides. Oh, what side is this?
Which one? That's the hypotenuse.
Right. Tell me the rest. I got the 9.
Oh, the one on the side is the opposite.
And this?
And the last one is the adjacent.
So we're trying to find for the adjacent. Granted that we have
The opposite.
so we know we're going to use tan. And you know that song, tan, tan, tan?
Yeah, I can understand.
She says she will turn around, man. Right. So tan theta is opposite over adjacent. The angle is 47. The opposite is 9 over A. So my question is, Hilly, why didn't you just keep the capital A?
I don't know. I don't know.
And then we're going to write tan 47 over what?
1/1.
We have fractions, so we're going to cross multiply. We're going to end up with in the next line.
A multiply. Well, A tan 47 equals to 9.
What your book doing on over there? Taking notes on your phone?
Yeah.
Right?
And 9 is equal to A over 40, tan
Wait, wait, wait.
47.
You said 9 is equal to A over tan 47. Take your time. Take your time. So you're trying to find for A. This is not 9. That's why I say working kind of confusing because if I didn't know any better, I would say that this is 9 tan 47.
Yeah, I confused myself too.
Forget what we have in your book. Do it over here. You have A you have A by tan 47. So you need to find for A. How are you going to find for A? So
A
A,
equals 9 over tan 47.
yes, you would divide because it's being multiplied by tan 47. So what is 9 over tan 47?
8.39.
Yeah. What you did was like task failed successfully. That's what you did.
Yeah, I realize. I mean, my confusing handwriting saved me a little bit if it was like,
No, they would have given it that wrong.
really?
Yeah, they would have given you that wrong. They'd be like, we don't understand what you talking about. You gotta be chopped. They'd be chopped.
For paper too, right?
Yeah.
For CSAC, we could write in pencil, like everything, or we had to use pen.
But they had to use
Because,
pen.
oh, okay.
They could do a little working in pencil though.
You sure?
Yeah, all they could do working in pencil, but make sure you write it back in pen after.
Huh. Okay. What if you do your working in pencil and your
Just, just,
answer in pen?
just do everything in pen.
Okay.
The only thing that should be in pencil is diagrams,
Yeah, I know that.
right? So I'm gonna give out here another question. I have a question, Healy. Does it if I say that this is 93, would the question be valid?
No.
No, because if one of my angle is 93 and the other is 90, what would that would be?
Yeah, then your triangle got more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, that don't make sense. Let me just say that this is 33. Right, so Haley, I want to see proper working. Please don't use common A, use capital A.
Okay.
Um, and I want you to get full marks. If you get full marks, we can move on to inverse, right? You see what I mean by inverse just now. Amy, and you know what I talk, and you know what I mean by inverse? Amy, do you know what I mean by inverse? Nicholas, do you know what I mean by inverse? Do you think you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
What I'm getting at?
Tan inverse, sine inverse, cos inverse,
Right. And you use those to find for what? Right now we're finding for lengths. What would you use that to find for?
angle.
I said that too, you know.
Say that again?
No, I did say that too. Please, when you ask me.
Oh, I didn't hear that. My bad. You would use it to find for what?
Angle.
Yeah, angles. Nice. Right, so once we finish with this, I could probably give a 5 minutes break and we could come back, deal with ugly triangles. Once we deal with ugly triangles, we could technically we should be able to handle anything because all the other questions is just applications of Pythagoras theorem, trig ratios, sine or cosine rule. Yeah. Yeah, you feel like you could go without the breaks? I feel like you need the breaks. Yeah, that's correct. Good job. Yeah, yeah. Kira, you hear him?
Here, I see you now about chicha there.
Um,
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Kira, you feel like you could go without breaks or you need breaks?
to be honest, I will be right honest with you.
Mhm.
I was going to use that break to make a ramen.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, that's fine. If you do make ramen though, for one of the questions, I want you to make a triangle using your ramen. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Noodles,
Mm-hmm. And
yeah,
make a triangle out of the noodles?
because you do in trigonometry.
Okay, I'll do it and I'll send it to you.
You serious?
Yeah?
That's crazy. And you got how to use the right angle triangle plastic thing to make sure it's 90 degrees. Yeah.
Okay.
Amy, let me see where it's on here. That's correct. Amy, you know Sasha finished it before you. I'm not trying to compare anything, right? But I'm just saying, that's crazy, right? Like, just imagine if Sasha would take this stuff seriously. You know what I mean, Amy? You hearing Amy? Nope. I didn't hear any Amy. Amy, if you're talking, we can't hear.
Oh, you know, the internet kind of disconnect me and just went back.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
You hear anything I say? Oh, you're breaking up plenty. Haley, you getting through?
Yeah, sent you.
Oh, okay, 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 my bad. I want you to answer the two decimal places.
Okay.
But what you have there is perfectly fine. I'll give you a full mark for that. Cool. But if they say they want the answer to one decimal place, please put the answer to one decimal place. If they say two, put to two. Right.
How much you want to do? Two?
Two decimal places, so 4.65. Right, so let's put on the solution real quick. So cos theta is equal to A over H. Right? Why did we choose A over H? Simple. We're trying to find for the hypotenuse, and we have the adjacent. So we're going to use A. Ka. Our angle is 33. A is 3.9 over H. Right? You cross multiply, you end up with H cos 33 is equal to 3.9. H should be equal the 3.9 over cos 33 because you would divide by cos 33 on both sides, right? And the answer should be 4.65. Nice. Awesome. Let's move on to something else. Nicholas, can the trig ratios work for a triangle that is not 90?
No.
Can I use Pythagoras theorem on a triangle that is not 90?
Yeah.
No,
No.
you can't. Can't do that.
Oh, nah, they can't.
Yeah. So please be wary of that. If it's an ugly triangle, they have to use sine or cosine. All right. So let's proceed. How do you know you have to use trig ratios to find an angle? Well, it's quite simple. You will be given, well, first of all, it has to be 90 degrees. Second of all, you must have two sides. Must have two sides. Must have two sides. Must. If you don't have two sides, you can't figure out any angles. So, Amy, I want you to tell me two angles, right? Louis, just give me, I mean, what's in angles? Give me two sides. Give me two sides. Let me just say I want to find for alpha. Let me just say we want to find for alpha. Is Amy in class? Or Amy is not in class? Nicholas, give me two sides. Give me the length of two sides. First of all,
516.
let me just this will be the hypotenuse. What is going to be, Nicholas?
That is the adjacent.
Right? Because it's adjacent to the angle alpha, and it's going to be the opposite. We want to call 5 and 6.
6 will be the hypotenuse, 5 will be the adjacent.
All right. That being said, I want to let's number one, I want you all to figure out find O. I want you all to find O. The second thing I want you all to do, find alpha. Yeah, so go ahead. Try it. Actually, no, like the only question I expect to be able to answer is one. Find O for me. Sasha, how would you find for O in this question? Anybody can tell me. Unmute and tell me. How would I find for O?
Pythagoras theorem.
Pythagoras theorem. I would use Pythagoras theorem because I don't know what the angle is yet, and I have two sides. And it's a right angle triangle. So guys, you see how the question could change up and or if you get confused. The point of it is we have two sides and it's a right angle triangle. So you have to use Pythagoras theorem. Understand? So take well, Nicholas, I expect you to be able to find alpha, right? So I give you only 3 minutes. Try something. Oh, Nicholas, you want to tell you the dates for the AdMaths crash course in case you're interested?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ali, are you there?
Yeah.
That's
Bryce too. Yeah,
okay.
Bryce too.
Well, Bryce getting free lessons. That's okay. To be honest, I just want to see Bryce win. I don't care what he gotta do. Bryce, thank you for being here. Uh, if you're doing work, that's good. I just want to see a pass. I just want to see a pass out, pass mass. You do what you how to do.
Me too.
Yeah. If you want spend send working, send working.
You hear?
You,
Yeah, yeah, here.
you want a puppy?
I want a puppy.
Yeah.
Nah,
Okay then.
yeah. You sound so defeated.
No, it's okay. I just trying to find people who want a puppy.
Trying to give away, you know.
I don't think I could give you away. Or me will get vexed. But no, when they make puppies, and I want them.
Winter make puppies.
Yeah.
Or they don't have a male dog.
No, Reggie, we don't.
What was Winter doing? My God, all they had to watch Winter. They,
I no,
I
I
don't,
blame my father. No, I blame my father because I told him don't let she go around the people in the yard, and sadly she got pregnant.
Winter too interested in the other seasons. So she had to focus on Winter. Wait, bro. I don't know. That's crazy. Because like, right? Winter is like a little sibling or like a little child.
Yes, that's my baby. And I was so shocked, but well,
I'm proud of you, Haley. I'm really proud of you. Big up yourself. That's correct. You did it. You did all the working. Just so I want to see it. You'll get full marks for that.
Thank you.
Welcome. So Haley,
Yeah.
I want you to try to do two.
Okay.
No, I didn't exactly show you how to do it, but CSEC is right around the corner, and I think you'll do this in school already. Yes or no?
No, actually.
What?
No, for real. Like, I think we did this in Form 3, but then never introduced it back in Form 4
What?
and 5. But
That's,
also remember that I was absent for a term in Form 4.
yeah. Okay, well, are you learning it tonight?
I think I know what to do though.
So to find, I'll give all this. I'll tell all this something.
Wait, let me do it.
Okay, I'll let you do it, right? And then I'll tell all this something interesting. So Aliyah, everybody, I want Aliyah to try question two. Aliyah supposed to be able to do it. I mean, CSEC is right there. Aliyah should be able to do question two without my help. This is a crash course after all. I'm not teaching the subject for the first time. I'm not teaching this topic for the first time. So Sasha, try that thing. You get the correct answer. Don't worry so big. Um, make sure it's not covering minutes. But that's correct. Nicholas, that's crazy. If that is the correct answer, that would actually be crazy because like I promise I'm not like intending anything, but like if you notice the last question was 33.
Gotta be some kind of setup.
I swear to God, I'm not doing anything in my head. It's just I feel like my brain on a higher frequency tonight. I don't know how, but like
It's a maths test.
yeah, the 4 pages I work in for one question. Yeah. But Nicholas, that looking correct. Yeah. And Nicholas, just here what to do for me, right? I want you to, since you have all three sides, and it's possible to figure out alpha using any trig ratio.
Yeah.
So I want you to experiment, do other trig ratios, and you're supposed to get the same answer.
Alright.
Yeah, true. No, wait, you don't minus no angle and thing. All right, well, let me explain. Yeah, how to use trig ratios. What sides you have at the start? What sides you start off with? What sides you have? What sides you had from the start? Opposite, no. You had the hypotenuse and the adjacent. So which trig ratio was that? What had A and H in it? Cosine. So write down something for cosine. Wait, you don't know for in this question. Wait, you don't know in this question. You don't know the angle. So you're going to write, you don't need to look back. Ah, A over H. So so normally you would put in the angle. So the angle here is alpha. We don't know what it is, but we're just going to write alpha. So you're going to say cos alpha. And that will be equal to A over H. Do we know what A is? If you know what something is, replace it one time. So if you should replace it over here. Alia, to the 3.55 what exactly? Radians
Degrees.
or put degrees? You're gonna lose a mark if you don't put degrees. Some markers like that devious. Right? So now you need to find for alpha. Anytime you're trying to find for angle, you do the inverse function. So you would say alpha is equal to cos inverse 5 over 6. So alpha is equal to cos, right? We're gonna write back cos. We're gonna put minus 1 on top. 3 top minus 1, open bracket, 5 over 6, close bracket, and you're gonna put that into your calculator. So to get the inverse function for cos, second function cos, and you open bracket, and you put the angle and you get your answer. So Nicholas, it more or less consistent, right?
Yeah.
And and you would get the exact answer if you use root 11. But you use a rounded off value. If you use the actual root 11, you get the exact same answer.
Thank you.
You get true? What do you get for your answer?
5.
2.55 watts. Degrees, right? Nice. Haley, I'm waiting for you. Let me know if you're okay or you want me to proceed on the board and then give our next question.
Proceed. But
Okay.
all I put was that like cos and adjacent over hypotenuse and 5 over 6. And that was like all I put.
You're going good. All right, first things first, we're find for O. Now, as guys, we're seeing that the question have O, H, and A in it and an angle, but we're not gonna use But for the first question, we have to use Pythagoras. Don't get misleaded. Haley, and for the first part, you don't know what alpha is, and you have two sides.
Yeah.
So you have to use Pythagoras. Don't let the fancy stuff confuse you. CSEC isn't gonna baby you all up. They're gonna have a bunch of different scenarios. So Haley, fast. Tama Pythagoras, Sean. Move at speed.
A squared is equal to B squared plus C squared.
Right,
So 6 squared equals
Wait,
5
wait.
squared plus
If we wanted to write the formula in context of the question, we would write h squared is equal to o squared plus a squared, right?
yeah.
Right? So we'd say 6 squared is equal to
5 squared plus C squared. 36 is equal to 25 plus C squared.
I'm gonna say a squared because of the context of the question. You don't have no a, b, and c in the question. We just write a, b, and c because that is Pythagoras theorem, and you need to write Pythagoras theorem. And then you need to write Pythagoras theorem in context of the question. So we don't have no a, b, and c in the question, right? We have h, o, and e.
Okay.
6 squared is equal to 5 squared plus a squared, right? Then you swap it around, right?
So A squared plus 5 squared is equal to 36. A squared is equal to 30, the square root of 36 minus 25. And,
No, a would be equal to the square root.
oh, so
Where's,
then,
where's 36 minus 25?
hmm?
What is 36 minus 25?
11.
Right? And that's your answer. And you got that. So, nice job. Nice job. You're getting it. You're getting it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Time to move on to a more serious question. Right? So, guys, I also recommend this. Anytime you find a piece of information, slap it in. So we know what O is now. So, Katie, and we know all the sides.
Yeah.
Now we want to find for alpha. Now, at the very start of the question, we had adjacent and we had hypotenuse. So we're going to use cos. Because A over H. Ka. So we're going to write cos theta is equal to A over H. And Keely, this is where I would make this substitution. We don't know what the angle is, so we are going to say alpha. So cos alpha is equal, the adjacent is 5 and the hypotenuse is 6. See with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, now that I'm here, I need to find for alpha. So to find for alpha, I will just find the inverse, cos inverse of 5 over 6. And as a function, you should have on your calculator.
Okay, that's fine.
Amy, are you back?
Yes, hello.
All right, so Amy, in this question, I know you're just joining and you see it. But in the first part, we had to find for O. So now we have all the sides, right?
Yeah.
If I have all the sides, and I could technically use any trig ratio to find for alpha,
Yep.
but why would I prefer to use 5 over 6 as opposed to using your root 11?
Because they give you that in the question. And
Yeah.
like if you get the wrong thing for O, you could get the correct angle.
Correct. And it could also, and if you're thinking that far ahead, you could probably if you're real extra and you're real bad, you could say you could do a case where you include your root 11 and it's supposed to be equal to cos inverse of 5 over 6.
Mm-hmm.
And that would prove that your first answer is correct and also prove that you're real bad. Because in
Yeah.
two different ways in part 2. These are things you should do to be an emeritus. If you want to be an emeritus, you gotta do a little more than what most people are gonna do. Yeah. And you could be on emeritus. Hence,
We will see.
I want you to say, I'll be on emeritus.
I I
Yeah,
will totally be on the merit list.
you are one of the greats.
I
Yeah. You feel like I'm bigging you up too much?
don't know. You have like more faith in me than myself.
Everybody who is not Amy could see it. I just put it like that, right? So, Haley, what do you get for cos inverse 5 over 6?
33.55.
Right. That is correct. Yeah, and this is what I was saying, Haley. I get 33 here, and then in previous question, the angle was 33. It's crazy. I don't even know.
Um,
I don't even know how.
Weird.
So, Haley, I want to bring something to your attention. A and H, we use A and H because it was a pair of sides that we knew.
Yeah.
Do I know any other pairs?
Yeah.
What other pairs do I know?
Or
I know all. So I want you to pick two pairs.
um
Pick two. We're playing lotto here. Pick two.
O and H.
O and H. If we're using O and H, what trig ratio is that?
Sine.
So we're gonna say sine alpha is equal to O over H, which is root 11 over 6. Right? I didn't lose
Mm-hmm.
you, right? I lose you anyway.
No.
I just jumped straight in because we bought like that. And so if I want to find for alpha, what am I gonna do?
Find the inverse of sine
No,
11.
I would find the sine inverse of root 11 over 6. I want you to plug this exactly into your calculator. Everybody who have a Casio, they have no excuse. All they could put this exactly as all they see it in on the calculator. All they have to do it. Right? And here it's my way again.
21 point. It. Oops. Just now.
So
Wait. 33.55.
isn't that crazy? I tell you, math's real consistent.
Mind blowing.
Telling you. And guess what? If you do it for tan, you get the same answer.
That's so crazy.
Like you actually mean it.
Yeah, like I mean for real. Like that actually so cool.
Telling you. Telling you. And let me do it fast with tan, just to make sure. So tan alpha would be equal. Oh, you get you? Okay. I know some students will make mistakes like they will leave the cursor inside the 11 and put divided by 6, but you didn't make that mistake. Good. You know how to use a sharp. That'd be better if you have a Casio, but I said tan alpha. Tan is opposite over adjacent, so tan alpha would be what? Tan fast Healy.
Where is that 11 over 5?
Right. You find the inverse of that. So alpha will be equal to tan inverse of that. Tell me what you get.
Yeah. 1 second.
Un momento.
Uno momento.
No, it's un momento.
Oh. 33.55.
Yeah.
That's bonkers.
And it's like you get the exact answer too. Not even like
Mhm.
slightly off. Exact answer. But so you realize you could have used any one. The reason why we use 5 over 6 at the start is because you show off that. You could have do shippiness in part 1. And if you do shippiness in part 1 and you use that, then they have a possibility that these two will be wrong. But if you use what was given at the start, you know you can't go wrong with that.
Mhm.
Yeah. So if you want to take a copy this down, I'm gonna give one more question. I'll give you all a 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back and we will look at irregular or ugly triangles. That's the plan. All right, so Sasha, try this question quickly. All right, so I want you all to find for the angle beta. Physics students, beta. Alia, off topic, but beta, in beta decay, right? In beta decay, the element loses a what? In beta decay, what does the element lose?
Electron.
Yeah, it loses an electron, that's correct. Alia, Alia, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Alia, tell me, in alpha decay, what does the particle lose? Wait, don't say the answer. Alia, what does the particle lose? Think of the decay equations. You would have an element, then you have an arrow, then we would say, you would say what? Alia, you there? Alpha decay.
Yeah. Yeah. It would lose
That
to
starts with H,
a helium.
a helium nucleus.
Yeah.
And that'll be what's on top and what's on the bottom,
4 on top.
right? And what would I call that? The mass number or the atomic number?
That would be your mass number.
Correct. And the two will be the
Atomic.
atomic number. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. And the ultimate goal is to have what? You want the element wants to be what? What does the element want to be?
Uranium.
Alia, you want to
Um,
have a what relationship? Try to think back on what I tell you last class. You if you have a relationship, you want the relationship to be okay. I'll give you another example. C-sec have you losing you. So S.
it would be stable.
Right.
So
You want and for element to be stable, what we looking at?
your nucleus,
The ratio.
your ratio,
Ratio in the nucleus.
the nuclei.
The nuclear ratio.
Yeah, the nuclei ratio.
Right. And that's the ratio between the what to what.
Your
What you have in the nucleus?
protons and neutrons.
Right. And if it's stable, it should be a one-to-one relationship. Cool.
Yeah.
Right. So let me give away this question here. We have I want to define for beta. Um, right. I want you all to find for beta. Figure out what the angle for beta is. And I also want you all to figure out for this angle here. Yeah, that's our tree. And that's lambda. So the first part, I want you all to figure out beta. You find for beta using trig ratios. And the other one, I want you all to find for lambda without using trig ratios. Without. So proceed. So guys, try to get this question correct so I can give all a 5 minutes break and we can move on to ugly triangles. Leah, I'm gonna figure in through the other question I gave you.
I think so.
Okay. Which trig ratio would you use?
To find for
Beta.
beta,
Don't let alpha, don't let lambda confuse all, Forget it even there. Only worry about that after you find for part one.
I using tan.
Yeah, that's correct. Amy, excellent. Perfect. Perfect answer. I get you. So let's do that. Where you get from? For beta. It's opposite over adjacent. So is this opposite to beta or right next to beta? The right next to it. So this is adjacent. This is the opposite side. Check out. This is opposite. This side opposite to the angle. So be careful about that. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Nice. Be careful. Like, Keely, let me know how things going on your end.
Did I do number 2?
Okay, nice. Keely, tell me what answer you get for question 1.
36.86.
Give my bounce.
I give that one.
I look like I have blue skin. Oh my God, I'm Mega Mind, guys. Keely, you know what would like see the Mega Mind look? I would have to shave all my hair off and be bald.
Your head big?
What is it?
Is your head big?
Mm, I feel so, yeah. Yeah. For this massive brain, I'll be big.
Yeah, it had to be.
Amy, is your head big?
I think so.
I tell you, we
I
just
cut my bangs today just to cover it.
wait. I tell you, if you have a massive brain and you have a massive forehead, if you have a massive forehead and you don't have a big brain, then you're not utilizing your brain because your brain big. Your brain bigger than the average person. So yeah, be proud of your big forehead. Be proud of your big head. You know? Yeah, be proud of your big head. Aliyah and Bryce have a big forehead.
Yeah, he does.
So he should be stunting on everybody. He should be like Bryce have it, you know. I feel Bryce just like Sasha, like they're not taking this stuff seriously. Like they could do this.
No, but like he like I don't know. He just I don't know.
Well, I think you kind of have to because I didn't realize like getting maths is like a minimum, right? Like you have to get maths, even if it's a 2 or a 3, you have to get maths.
Yeah.
Like if you want to get a job in KFC, you can't get a job in KFC if you don't have a 3 or a 2 in maths. That's crazy, but I mean, like what you gotta know about trigonometry to fried chicken? What? Say less that.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree. But I don't make it.
Beta have to be smaller than lambda.
Yeah,
Okay.
Amy and Nicholas. I know they like maths. And Haley. I feel like everybody here, I know someone here like maths here. I want to explain why beta has to be bigger. So Okay, so Amy is there, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna look at some serious trigonometry here, like conceptual maths. Actually, I wondering. So everybody got beta to be 36.86, right?
Yeah.
And alpha was 53.14.
Yeah.
Look at this, right? If you want this length to be bigger than this length, then it would make sense that the angle for here is more than the angle for here. Because the bigger the angle, it would make this side bigger. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah.
So look at that. Look at what I was saying, right, Healy? If this angle was any bigger, and that would I make this side bigger as well?
Mhm.
Look at what I saw. Look at what I'm talking about. If lambda gets smaller, if it gets smaller, right? What would happen to the length here?
That's smaller.
Right? And if the angle here was bigger,
It'd be bigger.
exactly. So the bigger the angle, it suggests that the length is bigger. So notice something. This, so here we agree that this angle is the angle that controlling the length of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if this side is longer than this side, then lambda should be bigger than beta because beta is controlling this side. Because if beta was smaller, then this side would have been smaller. If beta was bigger, then it would be bigger. You understand?
Yeah.
So this side is bigger than this side, right? And hence we agree this angle controlling this length
Yeah.
and this angle here. Depending on how wide the angle is, it will control this length. So it makes sense from a conceptual, sensical nature that lambda is bigger than beta. Maths. You can visualize it.
Yeah.
Amy, how does that make you feel? Like you can look at the question and anticipate what the answers are before you even do anything. Isn't that cool?
That is very cool.
Yeah. So most Nelly, like I feel everybody got this question correct. So let me just do the question on the board, give a little 5 minutes. When we come back, we'll do ugly triangles. It's just two cases, sine and cosine. What will give ugly trouble is the algebra. And after that, we're gonna do a bunch of past paper questions. I will do the bearings. I will show you all how to do it in the questions. Right? But I want to do past paper questions. So let me do this question. Right? So Aliyah, I didn't hear from you in a while. So I want you to explain to me how to do question one fast. We don't have time to waste. So Aliyah, we want to find for beta. If beta is the angle we're looking at, I want you to name the sides. If beta is the angle we're looking at, what would the sides be?
Um, the unknown side would be hypotenuse. 3 would be opposite,
Because it's opposite to
and
beta.
yeah, and 4 would be a adjacent.
Cool. That's correct. Yeah. And we want to find for beta. Now to find for beta, we would need a pair, right? What pair you seeing?
You could repeat yourself. Sorry.
Yeah, to find for beta, we need a pair of
Mm-hmm.
sides. What pair of sides are
Uh,
you seeing?
opposite and adjacent.
So we're gonna use tan, right?
Yeah.
So tan theta would be equal to 3/4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how to find for theta? Wait. In the
What?
line where you substitute, you need to put in, you need to write the formula in context of the question. So the angle here is beta.
Yeah.
So beta would be equal to what?
3. Beta will be equal to tan inverse 3/4,
Right? And what is
and you
tan?
get 36.86 degrees.
The 2dp. All right. And if we know what Right? And if we know what beta is, and we could figure out for lambda,
Lambda is equal to 90 minus,
90.
well, wait,
No, you're correct because if you subtract, since this is 90, then the
yeah,
sum of these two angles would have to be 90. If you understand what I'm
right.
saying, because our whole triangle is 180. So if this is
Yeah,
90, then if I add up these two, I get 180. I mean, not 90,
yeah.
I get 90.
Mm-hmm.
So
So,
I'm going to do 180 because I feel like most people understand that and they're familiar with that. So 180 degrees
minus 90 plus 36.86.
yeah, plug that into the calculator, let me know what you get. Should get 53.13 degrees.
I get 53.14.
If you use the unrounded value for this and you plug it in into the formula, you get 53.13. When you're doing
Um,
calculations, do the
I plug it.
unrounded.
Okay, sorry. So, sorry.
What's your calculator?
I do it. I plug it in just so into my calculator and I get 53.14. I didn't get anything like other than that.
Let's try something here. Yeah, if you plug in the exact thing into the calculator using the exact value, so yeah, talking about tan inverse 3 over 4, right? Like if you
Yeah.
say 90 plus tan inverse 3 over 4, like the exact value, you didn't round off this. You know, I talking about not 36.86, eh? I talking about the actual value. You'll get 53.130. When you're doing calculations using unrounded value, and you have a Casio, so you don't have an excuse. For you, it's real simple to plug into your Casio. You just
Mm-hmm.
have you're plugging in 180 degrees minus 90 plus. That's what you're plugging in. And you get 53.13 to two decimal places. Right. So that being said, take a 5 minutes break. When we come back, we'll look at ugly triangles. Right. Go make
Yeah, I
some
get.
coffee. Go make some coffee and sing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I will need that. We're gonna do real work tonight. I know it's late, but all you have to do good in this exam, man. All you're smart. Everybody here is smart. Some of them just lazy, but all is smart. Right? And Kira, especially Kira.
Yeah.
Yeah. So take 5 minutes. Actually take 7 minutes. So when we start back exact 10. No, you need to do work. You need to pass the thing. At 10 o'clock, we will resume. take another 5 minutes. I go and get something to eat. We have plenty more work to do, guys. Like a lot. I want to do like at least like 7 past paper questions. So yeah. With Nicholas, as you talking, give me a second. Give me a second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, where's him?
So it
All right, nice. Hmm. All right, guys, I'm back. Kara, you're still eating your ramen.
Rajiv, listen to what these greedy people in my house do, right, Rajiv? These people in my house, I had a piece of KFC chicken waiting to be eaten with my ramen. Rajiv, I went in the fridge, the box was ripped up, and you know what they do? They eat the chicken and proceed to leave the bone inside the box.
No,
A good family dog.
that's insane.
So no,
That's,
I'll make my ramen. I said I'll make it later when I'm not upset.
that's what you call evilness.
Exactly, that's animalistic.
I don't think you don't go do that.
You don't eat a piece of chicken. I don't know who eat the other piece of chicken.
Yes.
I feel like Winter do that.
I feel it's my father because when I asked him, he was laughing in my face.
That's crazy.
Amazing, mom.
All right. I need a head count. Who is here?
Mhm.
I need to know who here.
Yeah, here.
Nicholas, Amy, Kirsten, you there? Haley.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, you here?
Yeah, just eaten.
Okay, well, let me continue. So we're gonna move on to ugly triangles. Are there know any ugly triangles? Nicholas, you know any ugly triangles?
Scaling.
You know what? Next time you see somebody that ugly, call them scaling with no context. Just tell them scaling. Yeah. Kelly, you could do that too if you see somebody that ugly and try to pull smalls with you. Just tell them they're looking like a scaling and boss out. Rejecting people one-on-one with maths. Right? Or tell them they're looking like an improper fraction. But some people might think that's a compliment.
Yeah. Everything guys are coming. Yeah. Crazy, you know.
But anyways, let me continue. So Haley, you there, right? Can I hear any Haley? Nicholas. So we're gonna deal with non-90-degree angle triangles. So under this, what rules we have? What rules we have for this?
Sine rule and cosine rule.
Right? Do you remember the sine rule?
Yeah.
Tell me.
A over sine A equal B over sine B equal C over sine C.
Right. A over sine A is equal to B over sine B. All right. And do you remember the cosine rule?
Yeah.
What's
A squared is equal to B squared plus C squared minus 2BC cos A.
That's it, right? Just confirm.
Yeah.
You're sure?
Property A in brackets.
Because
Yeah.
you don't have to. You don't have to. Right? So those are the formulas you need to know for sine rule and cosine rule. So first of all, let me look at how you would name the triangles. So we have a triangle here. Haley, there?
Yeah,
Haley, this is looking like a 90-degree triangle.
no.
So what I mean is ugly, right?
Yeah, they're real ugly.
Real. This thing are looking real stupid, boy.
Yeah, but
Huh. This looking like somebody named Rajiv. Let me continue. With an I, yeah? Not two E's. Two
I
E's.
hate that spelling.
Yeah, me too.
And Sanji with an I like you.
When I hear Sanjeev with an I just think about a big tall Indian fella with curls in his hair vaping.
No, I just think of like a side part Indian with like, the Nike top
Oh
and a
God, oh
ripped
God, oh God.
jeans.
God. When I hear
Yeah.
Nicholas now, I just think about a fella always in C3.
Nah, nah, nah. I do support my house.
Always in C3 and he have like perm and yeah.
I changed my name.
Anyways, yeah, so Haley, let me show you, right? So let me just say that this side is A, this side is B, this side is C. Pay attention to the common letters, right? If this is side A, then this would be angle A. And to represent that, we would use capital A. This would be capital C, and this would be capital B. You understand?
Yeah.
You also need to be aware of what is an included angle. So what exactly is an included angle? Does anybody in class know? I feel like I real stress on this when we was doing trigonometry. What exactly is an included angle? I want somebody to tell me, is it 30 degrees an included angle?
Yeah.
No, that 30 degrees is not an included angle.
If it was in between the 9 and the 8, it would be an included angle.
That is correct. So for an angle to be included, it needs to be between two known sides. So the 8 centimeters would have to be over here. And that would make 30 degrees an included angle. So an included angle is an angle between two known lengths. Has to be between two known lengths. If it's not, then it's not included. Yeah. Why do you all need to know where's an included angle? That's because anytime it have an included angle, you need to use cosine rule. If you don't have an included angle, simply sine rule. It's that simple. It's that simple. Haley, that's simple, right?
Yeah.
And that will eliminate all the guessing game. So I showing earlier how to just go straight to the answer and done. Done away with C-Sec. Enjoy our holidays. So copy down that. So let me do a sine rule question. Let me try to practice sine rule. Nicholas, was I right? Do you actually have a perm?
Uh,
Yes.
no. My hair straight.
Right. So when we just let me know as soon as I have this copy down, please. As soon as I have that copy down, let me know. Yes,
Um,
sir. I have this
finish.
copy down. As soon as okay. I have notes on this, so I'm gonna reference those notes because I already have word questions. All right. Actually, I don't really have word questions. Yeah, well, I'll just go on with questions on the fly. My brain big. So, and if my brain not big enough, I have people here who brains real big and their forehead. I'm talking about myself and Sasha. And if we take off this hat,
I'm doing that.
if we take
That's
off
it.
this hat, it will take off the whole
I'm
the
doing
whole
that
window,
shit.
right?
How is he so shy today?
That's why I want to know. You know what song we had to sing?
Wow.
I feel like I need a jar. Anyways, let me continue. So I'm gonna do a question here. Sine rule. Can you remind me, what's the formula for sine rule?
Um, A over sine A equals to B over sine B equals to C over sine C.
Right, so when we're using the sine rule, we are only ever using two at a time. So we're using A and B, B or C, A and C. It depends on the information we have. So let me just say that this is 36 degrees. This is 2 meters. All right, so we're gonna start off strong, right? We're gonna start off real strong. If I feel like all this start to tweak, like if I feel like all this starting to tweak and like your brain starting to glitch, let me know. So, Healy, like I said, when we're using the sine rule, we're ever only using two out of the three, right? How do we know which ones to use? Again, you're looking at what you have and what you're trying to find, right? So,
Yeah,
I need you to understand that if this is angle A, wouldn't this be common A?
yeah,
If this is capital B, wouldn't this be common B?
yeah.
If this is capital C, this will be common C. What do we have absolutely no information about?
Um, the angle of B.
C. I want you to say C. Like we don't have side C, we don't have angle C, we can't even see the way. That was a good joke. That was a good one.
You plan that
I did not plan that. I being serious. I did not. I just on a roll tonight. I just on a roll tonight.
for real. I'll give you props to that.
Right. So we don't have anything about C. So we eliminating C altogether. We'll be looking at A over sine A and B over sine B. So A over sine A. And that'll be equal to B over sine B. So let me plug in all the information now, right? By the way, Haley, what are we trying to find for in this diagram?
B.
Trying to find for angle B, not just B, say angle B. So let's plug in all the information. Common A is 7, and that'll be sine 36. And that'll be equal to B. Now, common B is 3, all over sine capital B. Now, capital B, we don't know what that is, right? We don't know what that is. I'm going to leave it as sine B. Now, we have two fractions, so we need to cross multiply again. So, Haley, cross multiply this one fast.
7 sine B would be equal to 3 sine 36.
Right? So I need to find for B. Before I could find for B, I have to divide both sides by 7. So I would have sine B. So sine B is going to be 3 sine 36. Right? Now, if I want to find for B, what would I need to do? Remember, B is an angle. So I would need to do what?
3 sine 36 over 7.
Oh, wait, I'm supposed to put that over 7. My bad. Yeah, but I want to find for B now. How about going to find for B? Think back to the previous examples. Anytime you're trying to find an angle, what you need to do?
You divide.
No, Sasha, what we do? Anytime you're trying to find an angle, if you're trying to find for alpha, if you're trying to find for lambda, if you're trying to find for any angle. What's the opposite of sine, Haley?
The inverse.
Yes. So anytime there's an angle involved, you need to utilize the inverse functions. So to find sine inverse, it'll be 3 sine 36 over 7. Yeah. So you're going to plug that into your calculator and you're going to let me know what you get. Those who have a sharp, I wish I luck. I wish I luck. You're gonna have to put so much brackets to solve that. Sure, ma. Now, if you can get it correct, you're the boss. But Nicholas, imagine if you were a sharp, right? You'd be like this in the exam, like sweating bullets.
I am a shark.
Say that again.
I am a shark.
When you are sharp, you're supposed to say, I am a sharp.
I am a shark.
I have 14.59.
I want you to send me a picture of what you plug into your calculator. Okay. All right. Okay, Sasha, fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, fam. Sasha get correct, boy. Sasha would have been an academic weapon if she was serious. Right? 14.59, right?
Yeah.
Let me confirm that. Good job, guys. Excellent job. 14.59. And that's the two decimal places, don't forget. So cool. So here what? Haley and the rest of you all. When you're doing the sign rule, you are just using 2 out of the 3. You're looking to see what you have completely and what you're trying to find. The same thing as when you was doing the trig ratios. It's the exact same concept. Haley, you understand?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this is a hard question, right? It's a hard question. But since I don't know what B is, I want a little find for angle C. Do that for me. So, since I didn't know what angle B is, I want you all to find for angle C. And when you find for angle C, the next thing I want you to do, I want you all to figure out for side C? Hmm?
To find the angle, see that. Really short one.
Just angle C, real easy to find for it, but real easy. Do the short way. Nicholas,
Yeah.
when you resolve the small using maths, you could carry sheet to this place. Check that. Yeah.
It's
I know it's looking nice though.
yeah, looking nice, looking nice.
You're giving off like Bridgerton vibes. I'm gonna carry my girlfriend there.
I'll carry all three of them.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. Somebody just don't say a tree. Kira, you just don't hear that? Nicholas said tree.
Mm-hmm.
Kira, I hope you're not one on the tree.
Funny.
Because I know Nicholas is by yourself with cookies and things, so I'm just making sure.
He ain't get promoted. Oh my god, he ain't done.
I hear you then. I thought that was like you talking in the background.
Nicholas never get promoted from buying me Subway cookies. So no, I'm not one of the three.
Ah, okay, okay. But tree Nicholas, damn.
No, no,
Nicholas,
no, no. I was joking. I was joking.
nah. Based on how Kira talk, I think it's true. I think Kira know that I have
Negative three, yeah.
three X's.
And that, and that.
Ah. Anywho, um, let me know what I get for angle C. Once you have angle C, you should have enough information to find for side C. So, yeah, somebody tell me what I get. This shouldn't take all that long. Yeah, that's correct. Fast, I get the correct answer. Somebody tell me the answer fast. What I get for angle C?
129.41.
Kelly, you get a 129.41. Kelly, let me know if you got 129.41. Can I hear any Haley? Everybody got 129.41, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna fill in the new information we have. Right? So we have C. Okay. So I'm waiting for somebody to show me the proper working to find for C. Now, can we use Pythagoras theorem for this? Yes. No, this is not a 90-degree angle triangle C. I cannot do that. Even though you have two sides and you have an unknown side, I can't use Pythagoras theorem. No.
You could use the cosine rule.
You can't use the cosine rule, right? You can't use the cosine rule. But I want you to do it you can actually do both, right? I want you to use the sine rule since we're on the topic of sine rule. And then you can do cosine rule. Right? So find for side C. Once you all find for side C, I'm going to do the cosine rule with the same question, and then we're going to move on to past papers. Now to find for side C, I want you all to use the sine rule. So you need to be able to pick which two out of the three you're going to work with. Haley, are you with us?
Yeah.
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 Occur. Wait. Occur.
Wait.
Right? So you got 129.41 for angle C.
Yeah.
And how are you finding for side C?
I put B over sine B is equal to C over sine C. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. But I do
Because
not know. I had
you
leave
could
to come back.
okay. Yeah, you could use B because you know what the side is and you know what the angle is. Optionally, you could have used A as well because you know what side A is and you know what angle A is.
Hmm.
Hear what I'm saying, right? You're gonna pick what you have, whatever you have, you can pick that, and you're gonna pick where you need to find. So you need to find for C, right?
Yeah.
So you need to pick for C. Obviously, you're gonna choose C over sine C. Then we're looking at A over sine A. Do you have enough information to use A over sine A?
Yeah.
So you could use that. And they give you A. They give you 36 and 7. So that's a safe bet. But you found for B, right? So you have angle B and you have side B. So you could use that, but there's a risk because you solve that. We solve that. And we make mistakes.
Oh.
Yeah. But we did it correct.
Yeah.
You'll get the same answer. Let's see.
And you see, we can use B over sine B, C over sine B, or we can replace this one, right?
Wait, no, I said you had to use C over sine C, and you could choose either A or B.
Oh,
Because you need to find for C, so you need to use C over sine C. And you could use any one of the A or the B. So you see how I have the work in here?
yeah.
So you're going to follow this exact working. The only difference is you're not trying to find for B anymore. Trying to find for C. And you're not trying to find for an angle. You're trying to find for a side. Big up all yourselves. I have a question, eh? And I know there's a lot to ask from Olia. But I feel like Olia will be able to survive 3D past paper questions. Honestly. I have plenty of energy. I don't mind. I love maths. I could do maths for hours and I wouldn't get bored. What about Alia? Keely, how do you mental health? How you pushing?
Hmm, okay, I guess.
I when you frustrated others, tell you'll be like, oh, uh, you just get so zesty. You'll be like, I'm so sassy. You'll be like, whatevs.
No, it's just me.
Aliyah
When I,
too.
yeah, yeah.
But all they seem like all they're like at an okay level. So here what? Since I'm not getting much answers from people, I'm gonna do this question with you all. Right? So let's go. So we want to find for side C. Find for C. If we want to find for C, we need to pick, obviously we need to pick C. So we're going to have C over sine C. And we need to pick something in which we have all the information for. When I say all the information, I'm talking about the angle and its respective side. So, guys, tell me, A and B, can we use either A or B? Aliyah, can we use A or B? I feel like Aliyah knockout, right? Sasha, we could use either A or B, right? We could either use A or B because watch, for A, we had the angle and we had the side. For B, we have the angle and we had the side. But just to be safe, I'm gonna pick E, right? So I'm gonna say A over sine E. So let me go. Let me see how the badness is go. So Healy, all right, tell me here. So I'm gonna plug in E. What is E?
What did you say?
I said, what is love? Yeah, don't answer that.
I
Um,
wasn't going to.
that's good. That's good. That's good. Um, I just say that so I get their attention now. So with A,
Um, A is 7,
my lucky number, right? Over sine,
36.
right? I'm still gonna have here at age 36. Trust.
Yeah.
C, what is C? Do we know what C is?
No, we don't.
Nah. And what is angle C?
Sine 129.41.
All right. So obviously we need to cross multiply, right?
Yeah.
All right. You're gonna cross multiply and you'll end up with tell me what we're gonna end up with.
7 sine 129.41 is equal to C sine 36.
What are we trying to find for?
C.
Now this is for you and for some others in class. This might be an unfamiliar form. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna write it in a form that you're more accustomed with. Now, how am I gonna write it in that form?
Um, you're gonna put C sine 36 on the left hand side.
Mm-hmm. And that'll be equal to 7 sine. Right. What next?
Um, C is equal to 7 sine 129.41 over sine 36.
Okay, Kelly, you're very silly. That's good. Big up yourself. Right? Plug this into the calculator and let me know again for side C.
Again, 9.20.
9.20. What is it? What is it? Wait. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. What is right?
9.
It was 3.9, then it was 9.3. Now we have 9.2. That's not really a big correlation. If the next question I come up with have 2.9, that would be crazy. 2.9. That would
Yeah, beware.
be
You
real weird.
probably planning.
I didn't plan any of this. Like everything tonight, I just winging it. I just winging it, literally.
Ah,
Right? Since the units they told us was centimeters, we'll say 9.20 centimeters. Right. That's
I
it.
use B and get that, yeah.
Right. That means CSC, maths is cool. Math allows you to do things in multiple different ways. Once you do the maths correct, you'll get the same answer. Right? So for
Mhm.
those who use B, I'm gonna do that as well to show you all that is correct. So I'm gonna do this quick, right? To save time. B over sine B or C over sine C. Chili, tell me fast. Um, just tell me. Where's B?
3 over sine 14.59.
What was B? Come on, was B fast?
3,
What, 3? Okay.
yeah, over sine 14.59 is equal to C over sine 129.41.
I'm gonna cross multiply quick. Right?
Yeah,
So
so
that'll be
C sine 14.59 is equal to 3 sine 129.41. C is equal to 3 sine 121.41 over sine 14.59.
the same answer.
So C is equal to 9.20 centimeters. Well,
20,
9.20. 20.
20,
20.
20. Right. So cool. We know how to do sine rule. Nice.
Yeah.
We know how to do sine rule. I'm gonna do cosine rule now. So for cosine rule, we use it almost like okay. To use cosine rule, you must have an included angle. If you don't, you can't use it. Right. So let me move on to cosine rule. Aliyah, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, nice. I want you to remind me, what's the cosine rule? Wait,
A
before you do
square.
anything, let me just make a little note here. You can only use the cosine rule when you have an included angle. Oh, yeah, they're not supposed to see that. Yeah, nobody saw that. You didn't see anything, right? Right. Haley, you didn't see anything, right?
No, actually.
That's good. That's real good.
Professionally,
That's real good. I said, God is a must. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Holy Spirit is a must. Right. So you must use included angles. If you don't have an included angle, you can't use the cosine rule. So let me just give all you a question real quick. Now I want to change up things here. Um, okay, I'm gonna use LMN. LMN. Right. So let's just say this is 38 degrees. All right. So do we have an included angle here?
Yeah.
Okay. Alia, why we have an included angle here?
Because it have two known sides on each side of the angle.
Right. Right. You know what I should have do, guys? I should have put N over here because Nicholas say he have three girls. This will really be two, eh? But three. Should have been Nicholas say. Instead of having look at Leah over here.
Oh my god.
Yay. All right. Leah, you always included.
Oh
Right?
my
So
god.
here what? So once we have an included angle, we could work on it now. When you're doing questions, you need to put the formula in the context of the question. So watch this. Remind me, what is the cosine rule?
A squared is equal to b squared plus c squared minus 2bc cos A.
Okay. Now I need all to understand that A is the included angle in this case. In this formula, A is the included angle. But in this case, what is our included angle?
L.
L. So how is our formula going to change?
L squared is equal to n squared plus m squared minus 2m and cos L.
Yes, perfect. So just understand what I do, right? So A in the formula is the included angle. And so common A would be the side opposite to the included angle. In this case, our included angle is L. So our side would be common L. This would be common M, and this would be common N. Cool. So let me go. Let me speed run this. So we typically use the cosine rule to figure out what the length of a side is. That's the typical use case. If we want to find angles and things, we just use sine rule. So let me go. So Amy, we're gonna plug in stuff over here. Do we know what L is? No, we don't know what L is. Else, come on now. We don't know what L is. What is N?
9. So
9
9 squared.
plus. Yeah, it's on a plus.
Oh, 15 squared minus 2 by 15 by 9. Yeah. Cos 38.
Everybody with a Casio and Sasha, because Sasha now to use sharp like a boss. I never see somebody that could use a sharp so good. That's crazy. But or they could just plug this into all the calculator, that whole thing. Everybody with a Casio can do it. So you're gonna plug this whole thing into your calculator. If you feel like you're gonna make mistakes, do it one at a time. But everybody have a Casio here, so just plug it in. I'm gonna plug it in as well. Oh yeah, I have a Casio on my phone. Check it out. Right. I don't know why it overexposed. But wait. Check it out. Like when I open it, it have like the Casio logo and thing. I missed it, but yeah, I have a Casio on my phone.
That's so cool.
So
I
I'm gonna plug this.
get 93.23.
I'm gonna plug it in and confirm.
Me too. I had the same thing.
Still go and plug it in and confirm. 93.24.
Basically,
All right. 93.24. Everybody get all right? 93.24. All right, on the top of two decimal places. All right, cool. So to find for L, we're gonna find the what? Sasha, you tell me by now you're supposed to learn this. If I want to find for L, have L squared. What's the opposite of square? No.
Um,
Can I sound like square?
Square root.
The square root. So I'm gonna find the square root of 93.24. What is the square root of 93.24?
9.65.
9.3. Oh, 9.65?
Yeah. Or 9.66 to be
9.655. All right. So guys, this is basically it for cosine rule. This is mostly what I have to do, right? Most. How are you feeling? All you know how to handle 90-degree angle triangles and ugly triangles. Hilly, you feeling confident? Feeling good?
Yeah.
Okay, next one we're gonna look at. I want to show you some additional stuff you need to know, like alternating angles, um, and some additional facts. And then we're gonna move on to past papers. Right, so copy this down. As soon as I have that copy down, let me know. Kira, you make your ramen.
No, I'm still vexed because I have no chicken. So I'm probably gonna have to use chicken nuggets.
What about chicken nuggets? Yeah, against chicken nuggets.
I said it'll be chicken nuggets.
Okay, why? What wrong with chicken nuggets?
I just think I need something new in my life.
Don't be like Nicholas said. I think trees are a bit crazy. Unless you're talking chicken. 3 pieces of chicken sounding good. I
I think
personally,
chicken nuggets. Really, for chicken nuggets, I eat like 6.
what's your favorite chicken nuggets? I
I
quite
don't
like,
know.
I
I
quite
don't
like
know.
KFC good.
It's not a brand. They just have these. I don't like chicken nuggets. I prefer chicken tenders though. Like I love
It
chicken
just feel,
tenders.
it just feel more real, you know?
Yeah.
Chicken nuggets just feel fake. Hmm? Good, good, good. You buy KFC for me too. Me too, I really broke. You know what I have two broke girls? I don't know if I know about two broke girls. Keely, I feel like you know about that. Two broke
What's
girls
that?
with like Max and what's she name?
Wait, what's it called?
Two broke girls with cat
No,
names.
I don't.
Oh my God, I love that.
I'm surprised here they don't know what it is.
Okay, everybody have a copy down? Let me know.
Yeah.
Okay. From the looks of it, it looks like I'm promoting P&M. I'm using red. But I find like yellow would look really weird in my notes.
But you also have blue, which is crazy.
And blue is NTA.
Yeah, but it's also UNC, I think.
Well, what?
Yeah,
Believe that.
no, for real, the t-shirt is like navy blue or something.
Dark shirts with blue.
Well, all right. Then I guess I have both sides.
Imagine you like this.
Have yin and yang. Have yin and yang.
It given Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And like magnets. All right, so I trust that everybody have this copy down, right? I trust. Am I trusting on it too much?
Nah.
So let me just move on to some stuff you should know. Like some things you should know, right? Should. All right, so we're gonna look at the first thing, sum of angles in a triangle is 180. I think that obvious by now. Sum of angles in a triangle is 180 degrees. Base angles are equal in an isosceles triangle. We should also know alternating angles. Or you know about alternating angles? Nicholas, I'm scared to ask you about alternating angles. Next thing you tell me, jump from one girl to the next. I don't know what you're going to say.
No, 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 no.
Nicholas, I feel these are man as well alternating. I feel like, damn, use alternating current.
I alternate in my book.
That's good. That's good. That's what you had to do. Girl, nothing. Boys, nothing. Work everything. C-sec. So how alternating angles is work is that anytime you have two parallel lines, anytime you have two parallel lines, then if you have a line running through it, the interior opposite angles will be the same. So like if this is x, no, if this is 20 degrees, this will also be 20 degrees. And we should know that if this is 20 degrees, how much is this? Somebody tell me fast. You should also know the sum of angles on a line. What's the sum of angles on a line? I'm waiting. Is the sum of angles along a line? Hmm? Yeah, you're correct. I'm surprised. I didn't hear nobody. Keely, what's this? If you have a straight line is how much degrees?
Answer is 180.
Yeah, so if this is 20 degrees, how much degrees this will be?
160.
Right. And what is going to be?
160.
Right. So that is alternating angles. Okay. Again, you should know that sum of angles in a straight line (180 degrees). You should know that if you have a situation like this, right, and this is applicable to 4. If you have a straight line like this, right? Well, you have a straight line like this. If that is 70 degrees, how much degrees is that to be? Tell me, Haley.
Now,
If this is 70 degrees here, how much is that?
110.
Yeah, this go how to be 110. You need to know this when we're doing bearings, right? Cool. And and again, this is applicable to question 3. I mean, fact 3. Isn't this alternating? Watch, because this parallel. So then if this is 70 here and this will be 70, you can see it here too, right? Because 110 plus 70 is 180 and 70, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you could also see that this will be what?
110.
Nice. You should also know that the sum of angles in a circle is how much?
360.
Right. All right. When we doing bearings, anytime you see from, that's the starting point. From means starting point. And when we doing bearings, it's always from the north line to the point you're going to. So let me explain what I mean. So this is for bearings. So when we're doing bearings, let me just say we have a point. This will be point A. This will be point B. If I want to go from point A to point B, then what we'll have to do is I would need to draw a north line. And this example here is from A. This is from A. If I want to go from A to B, I'm starting at A. I'm going to draw the north line. I'm going to draw the north line, and I'm going to draw a line connecting A to B, and I'm going to measure the angle from the north line to the line joining the 2 points. Everybody okay? So as soon as I copy this down, let me know, and we can move on to past paper questions. Are they want a break, or like we're going straight into it? So just let me know when you have everything copied down. Which past paper year you want to start out with first? I have 2025 January, by the way. Keely, what you feeling? What you feeling for?
2023.
All right. Keely, you have everything here copied down? Or you still copying down?
Me, I have everything.
Okay, Amy, Nicholas, Aliyah, Obedia, Kiara, Kirsten. Let me know, guys. I have everything copied down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's move on. I want to break off straight into past papers. Let me hear. Keely, break or no break?
Um, let Sasha decide.
Sasha, break or no break?
Please,
Break? How much time?
somebody pretty clear.
Amy, how much time?
Like a 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. Go get some water. go get some refreshments, and we're coming to mash this thing up. This is the first question here. All right. 2 marks, then 4 marks. All right, say no more. Yeah, right. At 11:13, I'll come back. All right, guys, I'm back. Are you all back?
Yeah.
All right, nice.
You know, as you're on mute, you come up on my For You page.
Wait, you should drop a comment. You should drop
What
a
is
comment.
it?
I'm alive. I'm surprised nobody has seen anything about how I literally drink it from a whole.
At some point, everybody will be
Well, I buy this so my money. Hey, and Kelly, it had this thing on TikTok like went around. It's like, hey, hey, and like people them morphing into somebody else, like with the cap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that trend.
They gonna do it?
With who?
Hmm, don't know.
One was above that, what was above the video.
Wait, I don't know what going on enough.
I could literally screen record it on Sanya.
Take a picture, I'm gonna drink it from this and send it on the chat.
Okay, that's fine.
Hmm. You know what it should I be? It should have
What?
be something else in my hand.
Which should I be?
Should I be a bottle of white too? That way should I be?
For real. You
Yeah.
know, now I'll do? I'll print a picture of white oak and give you. Okay, I'll take it.
I literally have a printer here. I was like print more on textbooks and stuff. I could do that.
Damn. You didn't get my reference.
What is it?
You didn't get my reference.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about for Sasha's birthday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't like it, but I don't. Okay.
It had a phone.
A phone is way better than a bottle of white oak.
Not for me.
Still be grateful, Sasha.
I am grateful.
That's crazy. Healy, would you rather get rum or a brand new phone? A bad phone.
Brand new phone.
I
But
see.
I love before. But what I
Should I
love
buy
it.
she iPhone? Should I buy she iPhone?
For real. She had one?
iPhones are disgusting. Come on, man.
You lost me there.
Listen, iPhones is just the best, man. iPhones. Oh, why should
Mm-hmm.
oh, I should not say, oh God, what the hell? What? No, 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 no. It really have function in this. What the hell? Hey, no, 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 no. Android. I love my Android phone.
You see it yourself. I mean,
No, like my phone real sexy. Like,
No,
mine's too.
betray and
look at that. Wait, look at that now. God, hey. And I'm gonna get another Android. Look at this now. Oh, wait, look at that. Look at this. Tell me that's not sexy.
It actually is too.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, the iPhones is look good. It's just that for the price it cost, and they just brainwash people, man.
Is it titanium, bro?
new brand.
Bro, my phone is titanium. Actually, it isn't titanium. But I had the S23 Ultra, and the frame of that was getting scratched like crazy. This was scratched at all. It's for a long time. Nothing happened. It's metal. I think this is aircraft aluminum or something.
Oh, I actually like Samsung.
Samsung
Really.
is
I wouldn't
I see it
mind
in big.
having one.
I see it in bigs. Samsung is not it.
Serious?
Yes, I had a S23 Ultra and it was just horrible. I gave it to my dear friend. Like, it just the camera is so much better and it's cheaper as well and it's faster and it's just better. Like, Haley, I could take a picture right now and you could be like, damn. I was gonna take a picture of Sasha, but
No. And O.
all right.
No.
But Haley gonna be like, whoa.
Whoa.
Tell you that. Okay,
Spectacular.
let me go, let me go.
Yeah.
Let me go. So, the first question here was a circle theorem question. Let me move on to this one. So the diagram below shows 4 points on level ground, I mean in a flat, where pillars will be placed to mark the outline for a foundation. There is a vertical post RT at R from Q. The angle of elevation of the top of the post T is 21. Find the height of the post. Whoa. It sounds like a lot, and it sounds plenty.
Yeah.
What I needed to understand is that PQRNS on level ground. So PQRNS, what way to imagine this flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying at R, it have a vertical post. Vertical means like this. So if this is R, then have a vertical post. And what kind of angle that forming?
And 90 degrees.
Right. And if I watch, you can probably see what triangle would form.
Yeah.
Right. So anytime they talk about a vertical post, they're gonna form a right angle triangle. So there's a vertical post RT. So what I want all it to do is at R, I want all it to draw a vertical line like so. And I want all it to keep in mind that it is perpendicular to the level ground. The angle of elevation. What is elevation? Elevation is to look up. Depression is to look down. So they say in the angle of elevation of the top of the post T is 21. So this is going R to T, R T R from Q. And Haley, where's the so they're saying there's a vertical post RT at R from Q. From Q. So they're saying from Q. What does from Q mean?
It starts from Q.
So this is what it means. So you have a vertical post RT. So this is T. And they're saying from Q, the angle of elevation of the top of the post is 21. So let me explain what I mean by that, Haley. So Haley, imagine you at Q, right? So watch, I'm gonna show you where's angular elevation. Haley, imagine this is you, right? I know I did an excellent job with the drawing.
Yeah.
Let me just say this is you, right? And your reference would be looking straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So if you move your eyes upwards, and you elevating your eyes,
Yeah.
so the angle of elevation is the angle that forms when you look up. So if you are at Q and you are looking up to the post at T, the angle they're talking about is this angle over here. Make sense?
Yeah.
So this is the 21 they are talking about. Right. Nicholas, we have no time to be depressed, right? We always up.
Yeah, money up, we up, everything up.
Everything up, everything up. Right. So, Healy, let me understand. Let me try to figure out what we understand so far. We have a vertical pole, and you're looking at it from Q, and so you're effectively forming a what kind of triangle?
90 degrees.
You're forming a 90-degree angle triangle. Now be very careful, eh? This triangle, be very careful with it. When I say be very careful, this is what the triangle actually looking like. You gotta remember, all of this is flat ground, right? So this flat. This is a post here. And so wouldn't the post be 90 degrees to the ground?
Yeah.
And so it would form a 90 degree angle triangle. Cool. Find the height of the post. So let's draw. Sasha, what are you doing? Come. So clearly we're gonna draw the triangle we just now come up with. This is Q, this is T, and this is R. What do we know for the diagram so far? What do we know about the diagram so far?
That it's a pole, it's 90 degrees. Angle Q is 21 degrees.
21. Yeah, 21. Right? What do you have? What do you have? There's a song, I told you know that. What do you have? What do you have? Anyways,
What the hell?
what the hell you, right?
And
21
the
degrees.
length of it is also 153 meters.
Is that enough information to figure out this?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What are we going to use? Pythagoras theorem or trig ratios to find the height of the post? This is the height of the post. What do you think we're going to use? Trig ratios or Pythagoras theorem? It's not a hard question. Should be like straightforward. Which one?
Trigs?
We have to use trigs. You could only use Pythagoras theorem when you have two lengths. You don't have two lengths, so you have to use trigs. I want to let you use trigs and figure out the question. Right? So take 2 minutes and do the question. 2 minutes. Go. What the hell you? Right. So Haley, this is easiness, right? This is the definition of easiness. This is real easy. The hard thing for you will be to actually see the diagram. Anytime they talk about level ground, they're talking about something a flat. And so anytime you have a vertical post, it will form a right angle with the post and the ground. Haley, my video reached 33,000 views. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Gotta use time. I don't know what they're talking about, you know. I know in this exam with all you. Ain't nothing in the exam. Hard luck today, brother. We gotta figure this out. Talk it out. Talk it out. Haley, let me see what you have here. Yes, that is correct. Big up yourself, Haley. Big up yourself. Kira, are you still with us?
Hi.
You're eating there, you're eating there. I know you're eating.
I eating ice. I eating
Oh,
ice.
so I get one answer. Nicholas, Amy, feel like this really easy for you, so you're like, but still trying. And the rest all you too. Aliyah,
Yeah.
yeah, try your thing. Oh, I don't realize Amy in class. Right. So I feel like everybody get through with this question. I'm going to do the question really, really fast. So pay attention. So we have the angle 21 here. 21. So if this is 21, this will be the adjacent side because it's adjacent, it's right next to the angle. This will be hypotenuse because it's the longest side, it's always the slant side. This will be opposite because it's opposite to the angle. So I'm looking at what I have and what I want to find. So that's tan. So it's tan theta is equal to O over A. So it's tan 21 is equal to O over 153. I want to find for O, so I multiply by 153 on both sides. So it'll be 153 tan 21. That's a day. And you should get 58.23 meters. I need to say it to two decimal places. Right? So that's it for that question. Let me do this question. A 4-mark question. Whoa. Whoa.
Um, um, it's raw.
Yeah, answer wrong, man. One
It's
more.
Yeah.
not down. It's 58.73,
Oh,
not 23.
I look at Nicholas' answer. Nicholas, I swear that was a 2, boy. I swear that was a 2.
No, 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 no.
Yeah. All right.
Ridiculous. Look too.
All right. So we have apparently a very difficult question on our hands, a 4-mark question. Let me see if we can do it. So given the length QS is 135 meters, so they're saying that QS is 135 meters. Calculate the perimeter of the foundation PQRS. So P to Q to R to S. So they want me to calculate the perimeter of this whole thing. Here you understand what they're asking, right?
Yeah.
So Haley, we have this side, we have this side, we have this side. What's that we need to find for?
PS.
That hard to do? Let me look.
No.
Let me observe. That hard to do?
No.
What we had to use to figure out that?
Um, wait,
I'm waiting.
sine rule? Wait, no. Cosine rule?
Why? What we have there? What we
You
have there?
have a included angle.
Yes. If I include angle. So 29 is in between 83 and 135. So guys, all they had to do is just use the cosine rule quick. Add it to 153, 110, 83, and only get like 4 marks. That's crazy. Homework lot. That's really easy. So here what? I want to see full working, right? So I want to little write down the original cosine rule, and then I want to little write down the formula in terms of this question. What I mean by that is that this would be small q, this would be small p, this would be small s, etc. Or if you want, just write it in the form one time. Haley, how much maths we do, boy? We start 7:30 and it's 11:30 now. That's 4 hours.
Mm.
It's 4 hours.
It didn't even feel like 4.
Nah, boy, it was vibes.
What?
I say it was vibes. You know
Yeah,
that
yeah,
math vibes?
for real it was.
That's why I named it that. Because it's vibes.
Yeah, and it was real jokey to me.
Yeah. So, see if I could figure out, see if I could figure out the question. So we need to figure out for PS if we need to find the perimeter. I give it a little 11:40. Right? After we finish with this question, we're gonna do like 3 more questions, and that'll be it for tonight. Again, I send in worksheets. Please do the worksheets. It's take a long time to do because it's code. It's not here. You see how much lines that code is?
Hmm?
Okay, them worksheets. Some of them is like 1,000 lines of code.
Oh.
Yeah, like, it's crazy. And it's for only other benefit too. Try the thing. So Haley, now that you get the confidence, you think you're ready for the YouTube live fame? Think you're ready to be in the spotlight?
Mm. Okay, when will it be?
Anytime. Anytime. Anybody can come along. Anybody can come. I just want to do all the solutions for the I want to do all the solutions for the worksheets I did. That's it. The worksheets is just there to make sure you know what we learn in class. Uncover additional stuff. Like completing the square. I doubt completing the square will come, but it's good to be careful. The formula, but hey, you know how to draw all that diagram and thing, You could just jump straight to the answer. You're wasting time on drawing all the diagram and thing. Jump straight to the formula and find for you know what you have to find for?
Okay.
Yeah, you have to find for Q because it's a finding perimeter, and you have this, you have this, you have this. So the thing you're missing is this. So the only diagram all you should have draw is P, Q, S. That's the only diagram all you have to draw really. Yeah? Where's the cosine rule? Write down the original cosine rule. Remember it?
Yeah.
It's coming in the formula sheet anyways.
Start again.
You have to do that. You have to do that. Hmm? Do the question. So a squared is equal to look, Kelly, Sasha feeling lazy. Get you some motivation.
Sasha, come on.
Oh,
Sasha, I'll message you some motivation after class. Okay?
Hmm. Kelly coming tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow for the quiz.
No, I didn't invite nobody, so
I didn't invite nobody.
yeah.
Oh, so cool, son. We'll the square is equal to. Okay, Haley, what you do looking correct. You're looking correct. I'll waiting somebody else's answer to see it's verified. So continue. So A is the included angle. So what is the included angle in this question? Let's say S squared. No, where's the included angle? Where's the angle that between two sides?
Oh.
29. So that is angle what?
Q.
Q. Right. Oh my God, look some motivation. Look at this. Amy, you seeing this?
I just get me hungry.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Kiara, you gotta control your friend now. He's saying that this making him hungry.
Me? Nicholas just weird.
Very. I did never eat rabbit. You're too cute. It's like how people can eat dogs. You can't eat rabbits, like they're just too cute. It's like pets. I mean, bro,
Oh, so you could eat dogs, would you?
what?
I say, so you could eat dogs because the way you say it just now,
No,
it's like,
no,
how
no.
come people can't eat dogs? Like, if
I
eating
would.
dogs is a normal thing.
No, no, no. I do promote that. Oh, don't be eating no dog. What kind of madness is that?
Rabbit meat real sweet.
Rabbits is like
Of
dog.
course, you gonna know that, St. Nicholas.
I scared to know what Nicholas know. I
Me
scared.
too, dude. Me
Real
too.
scared. But I can't eat rabbits. Amy, you can eat a rabbit?
Yeah, I was secretly trying to call my big back there.
Nah, I feel like you are. But I am also a big back. Hmm, I feel for some fried chicken, yes. Hmm.
I think I was some watermelon and Kool-Aid.
Okay, next.
Say that again?
3 days.
Some watermelon and Kool-Aid.
Hey, you, hey. If I put, you look at my video taken now on YouTube, boy. Hey.
I'm joking, I'm joking.
And it doesn't help that drinking juice. And I say now what fried chicken. Nothing wrong with that. I just want fried chicken. Feeling for some churches tenders. Churches biscuit and tenders. Okay, so I only ever get an answer from Healy. I didn't get an answer from anybody else. So I'm not sure what going on there. That kind of weird. Aliyah, you get an answer?
For Q, yeah.
All right, so Aliyah, let me do this question fast and I want to do 3 more questions fast and that is it for tonight. So tell us how to do this question fast. Walk me through it.
We was using the cosine rule to
Yeah,
find for Q.
perfect. We're doing that because this angle here is an included angle, right?
Yeah.
So the original cosine rule formula is a squared is equal to b squared plus c squared minus 2bc cos a. And what would be the formula in context of the question?
Q squared is equal to P squared plus S squared minus 2PS cos Q.
Wait, q squared is equal to s squared plus p squared minus 2ps cos q.
Cosine Q.
Right. So q squared would be equal to 83 squared plus 135 squared minus 2 by 83 by 135 cos 29. Plug all of that into your calculator. Wait, get.
Q squared is equal to 5,513.77.
So say that again. 5,000.
5,513.77.
Yeah.
0.77.
For a second, I
And
forget how to write 5,000.
Q could be equal to 74.25.
74.25.
Yeah, centimeters.
All right. In meters. You lose a mark if you say centimeters, eh?
Oh, yeah, meters, my bad.
Yeah. And you need to say the 2 decimal places. They never specified, so the 2 decimal places it is. Okay. So I feel like everybody got through with that. Let me check what 2025 had. Let me see. What is this? What is this? Alia, what is this?
That made no sense. I don't even know why the for that question. Like,
This was a very interesting year, to say the least. Very interesting.
as it was.
This is a hard math question.
Yeah.
Look at block of cheese. Calculate the length of the arc. Honestly, 2025 was so interesting. Um, I would do, I want to do the whole of 2025 with Talia before the exam. So we have this session going already, and we have 2 other sessions, right? We have 2 sessions before the exam. I think on the 7th and the 8th, just confirm that. Oh, the exam is on the 9th. Maths.
Paper 1, paper 2.
Paper.
Yeah. Paper
Okay.
2 is the 9th. Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like we'll do the whole of 2025.
Don't we have the first of May too?
So it's not me.
Oh, yeah, that's next week, Thursday.
That's like a week before the exam.
Paper 2 is in 9th and May.
Wait, you're talking about like a crash course session?
Yeah.
No, I think I had arranged it to be the 7th and 8th. If I think I needed to do, I could do something.
Yeah.
Okay, I will organize. I had to check my exam schedule too.
Okay.
Each exam is 3 hours. It's crazy. And trust me, like I I tell you how packed my maths exam was. So like if my exam is 3 hours, it's crazy. A 5 mark question is 2 pages. I work in.
My POA exam is 3 hours.
Yeah. So you're going to gym by yourself? Oh. So here what guys, let me mash up this question. Let me destroy this question. This question have nothing on us. And then we run out of breath. So, Aliyah, let's go because you do this test.
Oh my god.
Right, so get this question, I'll read it.
Two ports E and G are on level ground, 245 kilometers apart. The bearing of E from G is 302 degrees. A ship is anchored at F, some distance away from G, on a bearing of 228 degrees. Angle EFG is 52 degrees. This information is shown on diagram below. A on the diagram above, insert the angle 228 degrees, the bearing of F from G.
Okay. So just by looking at this diagram, I feel like I leave out some things, right? So, Aliyah, let me read it back one more time. So they're saying that there's a level ground, so that means it's flat. And they're saying E from G is 302. So I need to put that in, right? And remind me, what we do in bearings is a clockwise direction or anti-clockwise direction?
A clockwise direction.
Correct. So they're saying the bearing of E from G. So if they're saying E from G, where are we starting at?
G.
And what are we going to?
E.
Right? So that would be G to E. And they say another angle is what?
302 degrees.
Right. So you need to put that down there. And they're saying a ship is anchored F some distance away from G. So where are we?
F
Wait.
from G.
All right. F from G. So where are we at?
G.
F. Right.
I do that same exactly.
And that's 228, right?
Yeah.
You're okay with everything so far?
Yeah.
Based on the pieces of information they gave us there, can we figure out for any angles? I want
Yeah.
everybody collectively to look at this, what we have here so far, and see if we could figure out any unknown angles or anything that might be helpful. No.
You could figure. Wait.
So we had this whole thing, and we had this thing too. So we had this, and we also have this. What we could figure out there? I have an angle there that we need to figure out, most likely in the question. Share the angle if I need to.
E from G.
No, don't think about it like that. Look at the question. Look at the two bearings I just now give you and see if I could figure out an angle based on the two bearings. Like just look at this region. Look at this area. Yeah, you're correct.
No, that's not E from G. That's
So look at this, right? This is 228. And we also have this whole thing here.
that's E from F. Is it? No. What is that? The little missing piece.
Where's that over here?
No. On top of that.
This?
Yeah.
Wait, the
And
angle.
that's
And I didn't hear what I want to hear yet. I heard it from Sasha, but I didn't hear it from anybody else. Look at what we have. I have this part over here, and I also have this part over here. Like this whole thing. So what angle we could figure out by subtracting? Shade it if you don't know how to see it.
over here.
Shimona again?
Over here.
No, we could figure out that. We could figure out that. We could do that. Let me put in that information. That's something that might be valuable. What that will be? No. So Aliyah, we know that this whole thing here is what?
302.
Right, 302. What this is? What shape that is?
A circle. So 360 minus 302. 58 degrees.
Okay, but I still didn't hear the angle I wanted to figure out. I still didn't hear it.
E?
Hmm?
E?
No. Okay, I'll tell Aliyah what I'm talking about.
It's G52.
Yes. Wait. Let me see if it's 52. I wonder. So, Aliyah, look at this. We know what this big angle is, and we also know what this angle is. So if we subtract those angles, we would figure out for this. We would figure out angle G.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to get at. So to
Oh.
figure out that, you go say 302 minus 228,
Minus. Yeah.
and that's 74. So this angle on the inside is 74 degrees. And if we know what that is, and we can also figure out this angle,
Yeah.
what angle could be?
74 plus
74 plus 52. 180 minus 74 plus 52.
You should get 54.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we know a good bit of information now. And check thing, right? Check thing. If I wanted to figure out G from E, I could do that. I could do that. I have a lot of things I could figure out here, just based on what we figure out already. So let we just do the question. Let me just find a bunch of stuff and see if we answer a question. So, Aliyah, let me see if we could, based on the information we have, could I figure out the bearing to go from E to G?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you? Wait. Yeah.
Remember what I show you.
Yep.
So like if this is
It's 58. It would be 58, right?
wait, no, watch.
No.
Watch. Look at it. If this is 70, this will be 110 because angles along a straight line up to 180. So watch.
180 minus 50.
Yes.
You get 122.
122?
Yeah.
Okay, and Aliyah, watch this, right? Watch this. What was the other bearing I could figure out? I'll give you a hint. From E to where? So I know from E to G. Yeah. Anybody could answer. So I know E to G. What else I can figure out? Okay, Sasha said it. E to F. So Aliyah, watch this. We know that this is 122, and we know that this is 54. And we just had to add it. Check out. This will be 122, and this will be 54. So all we had to do is just add it, and we'll figure out the bearing from E to F. Haley, let me know if you understand that.
No, you could say it back one more time.
All right. So in bearings, we want to know what angle we had to take to go from one point to the other point. And we just always measure the angle from the north line. So take, for instance, if I want to go from E to G, I would draw a line connecting the both points, and I would figure out what angle I had to take from the north line. So this is going to be 122, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So this is, if I want to go from E to G, I take a bearing of 122 degrees. So if I want to go from E to F, that would be this whole angle here to go from E to F. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
know to go from E to G is 122, And I also know that this angle here is 54. So hence I can figure out this big angle here.
Yeah.
So what that will be?
176.
Yeah, that would be 176. So look how much information we could figure out. And I bet we answered the whole question already. On the diagram, insert the angle 228, the bearing of F from G. We did that. So bearing of F from G. So we're going from G to from G to F. From G to F. We already do that. And that was 228. Determine the value of angle FEG. Anytime I say three letters, they're referring to the angle in the middle. So angle FEG, that would be over here. And we already find for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what angle is that?
Or 176.
No. 176 is
Hmm.
FEG.
Oh,
would be the
angle
angle.
E is 54.
Yes, 54. Right? Calculate G to F. The distance the ship is from port G. So we want to find G to F. G to F. How would I find G to F? Wait, so guys, we can't use the cosine rule. The reason why we can't use the cosine rule is because we don't have an included angle, so that automatically means we have to use what rule? Not hearing anybody. Here, what's the other rule other than the cosine rule?
The sine rule.
Yeah. So we know that this is E, this is F, this is G, and they want us to figure out GF. So they really want me to figure out side E. This will be side E, this will be side G, this will be side F. So they want us to figure out E. So automatically I need to say E over sine E. And now we're looking for a complete piece of information. So here, do we have a complete set of information? Let me look at F. We had the angle and the length for F.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we could use that. So we could say F over sine F. Right? So E over sine E, that will be, well, E is what we're trying to find for. The angle for E is 54. The length of F is 245, and the angle for F is 52. We cross multiply as what we're familiar with. You're going to end up with E sine 52, and that's going to be equal to 245 sine 54. What next, Sasha? I want to find for E.
Um, mm, mm,
So somebody tell me, if I want to find for E in this position, what do I do next? So right now I have E being multiplied by something.
Sine, you put E is equal to 245 sine 54 over sine 52.
Yes. After this question, I feel I'll call it a night because I feel like everybody tired and I getting tired as well. I feel any tiredness. And maths wouldn't be no more fun if like people getting tired. Yeah. So I feel like I got really sneaky in those extra days, those additional days. We're gonna do more work, right? But I feel like after this session, I'll know a good bit more on trigonometry now. I'll know how to handle 90, not 90, some bearings, a good bit of stuff. So that's good. Right? But we had to do past paper questions.
Yeah. I
Um,
get 251.53.
251. Point.
0.53.
Okay, cool. Could somebody just verify that? Verify that. And let me see if that value makes sense. Hmm. So that'll be smaller. Because if this is 245, this looking smaller than 245, but not drawn to scale. But still looking weird. Let me check the calculation. 245. No, that's correct. Okay, let me give me a second. Oh no, we're correct. We good. Yeah. It's just not drawn to scale, but we good. So good job there, Haley and Sasha. Right? So we figure out this question. Nice. Indicate the point H on the line EF such that GH is the shortest distance from G to EF. What? I'm reading that back one more time. Indicate the point H on the line EF. So we're looking at EF such that GH is the shortest distance. That's right. GH is the shortest distance from G to Oh yeah, they're asking some really weird questions. Very interesting.
What was that?
I say they ask some really interesting questions.
Oh, yeah.
Like, bro, what?
Yeah, like why this year, man?
Say that again?
Why this year?
And that might mean like this 2025 exam mightn't be so nice. Yeah. So like from my understanding, the shortest distance you could take would be like directly like literally a straight line. So what it's saying in the question is indicate the point H on the line EF such that GH is the shortest distance from G to EF. So clearly it's sounding real confusing, Aliyah. It does. It does sound kind of confusing. But they're saying that on the line EF, we had to pick a point such that GH, so they're talking about G to H, is the shortest distance from G to EF. So if we're talking about the shortest distance, we're talking about exactly from G to H. That's literally what they're talking about. Because if you take any route, any other route, then you walk an extra distance. The easiest thing to do is just walk straight ahead. Like you have a point here and I have a point here, just walk straight, just connect it. And that would be a 90-degree angle from EF to G. Very weird question. But that's the answer. Aliyah, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Let me just say you trying to reach from here to here, right? Would you do that? Aliyah, would you do that? If you're trying to reach from that point to that point, would you do that? Or would you just go straight? Like you
Go
just go
straight.
straight.
Yeah.
You would just go straight. And
Mhm.
if you're just going straight, that would be 90 degrees from where you currently are. So the answer would be a 90-degree angle from the line EF to G, meaning that you just walk straight to G.
Yeah.
All right. Determine the distance G to H. So if we do that, it would form a 90-degree angle with this with the it make a 90-degree angle triangle. Now, Aliyah, did we just now find G to F? What was G to F? G to F was E. That was what? That was
He was
251.
yeah.
All right. So they want me to figure out GH. So GH would be this line over here. Since we have a right angle triangle, right? I know this is 90. I know that this is 251.53. Is it possible for me to figure out for that length? And I know that this is 52. And I could just use one of the trig ratios, easy, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get any sense that everybody real tired. I will try to work out something. I want to do this whole past paper. I want to do any other topics that they're having trouble with. So I might add in a couple more sessions next month. Or they seem like I need it a little bit. But
Yeah.
Haley, you feel like you learned some stuff you didn't know before, at least?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay, that's good. I try not to rush it. I feel like if I go straight into past paper questions like this, like feel like
Yeah, I would be like rebels.
but like now you can see like, okay, when you make the triangle and there's a 90-degree angle triangle, you could see that, well, um, you could see that you have to apply the trig ratios.
Yeah, yeah.
Because watch, this is the hypotenuse. We're trying to figure out this, right? This is the
Mhm.
angle here. If this is the angle here, what side this could be?
The opposite.
This could be the opposite. This could be the adjacent. We're trying to figure out the opposite, and we have the hypotenuse. So we're going to use sine. So we're going to say sine theta is equal to O all over 251.53. The angle will be 52. Yeah, we know how that's going to go. We do the basics. We cover the basics.
Yeah, bro. We bad like that.
Yeah, very tired as well. Yeah, I say. So I will figure out a plan. I wouldn't leave all this stranded. I want to see how they get one or at least a two. No trees. We don't want to plant any trees like Nicholas. Nicholas, that is why it's good to say you have one girl. Because one is the best. You want to get one in mass.
Yeah, very.
Nicholas, I had to talk to your mother, you know. She gonna be real disappointed if she hear tree boy. Imagine
Oh Lord.
she see the video on YouTube, she could be like, nah, bro, this is my son. But anyways, guys, I will send the notes for trigonometry. And I will send some worked examples. Thank you for staying so long, and thank you for answering and being attentive. Oh, yeah. Have a good morning, everybody. Later.
Bye.
Bye.